check. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Apologize for the delay there. I asked if I could get coffee. You said I could go get coffee. The reason being is there's so much I want to cover in the stream. We're going to do 2 legs. We're going to look at 2 different airframes. I'm going to show you all around it. I did not expect this to drop into my email this afternoon. Actually, it was this morning, but I was busy wrestling some yard work outside these fence posts, driving me nuts. I'm trying to replace some rotten fence posts. Nevertheless, when I saw this hit the email, it's like I gotta fly this today. So pre-release, the Blacksquare Baron 58 and the Bonanza are scheduled to release on the 28th. On the 28th is the official release date as of now. Obviously, things can change, so everything you see from this point forward is still pre-release, early access. Hold on, I thought someone was calling my name out the door, but this is going to be a fun one. So, who is ready? I just got Beyond ATC up. It was giving me an issue. I had to get it updated. There we go. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's like it's loading the wrong airports or something. I keep hearing squeaking noises. What is that? Do you guys hear that? Give me 1 second. What is going on? Alright, I'm just going to can Beyond ATC right now. Hold on 1 second. Someone's outside the door. Give me a second. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to wait. Yeah, I bought 2 coffees, so the wife was going to swing by and pick one up, and she sent my little girl in, so I had to get the coffee to her. So, all right. I don't know where we were at. No, we're not on antibiotics. Sorry about that. I need to file a SimBrief flight plan, though, if we're going to have Beyond ATC. So let me file a quick flight plan, and then we're going to talk all about this. We're good now. Can never go without coffee. Exactly. So I had to get some stuff. I hear the squeaking now. It's the scenery. You guys hear that? Every now and then there's like a bird chirping or something like that. So I'm not sure what our tail number is. Let's just say 357 Bravo Sierra. We're Lima 41 to Sedona, Arizona, which is going to be absolutely scenic because there's some little clouds and rain in the area, which if you ever seen the desert in the rain, it's absolutely stunning, especially as we get towards sunset. So Baron 58, we are filed flight plan, and we are good to go now. That way I can at least use Beyond ATC. No VFR support? Oh yeah, there is no VFR support for Beyond ATC. Can we do flight following? It's fine. Okay, screw it. Screw all that. I like having the traffic, though. It's kind of fun having Beyond ATC traffic, so I'm going to run this for traffic injection. All right. Take a breath. We're ready to rock and roll now. Who's ready for some Baron? You can barely hear the mic. Well, that's because I had my mouse or my thing turned over there. But we are ready to go. So never forget Alpha 7 Zulu Zulu. Connected. Never forget. Hopefully we're not going to go there. But all right. Without further ado, welcome back to the stream. I feel like I need to play the intro all again. But anyway, yes. So when I saw this email pop in, I had to do a stream with these airplanes today. So we're rocking the Baron 58. We're going to go over the manual, and I'm going to show you some of the changes that are highlighted in the manual. Like, so the Baron, this comes with 3 variants as well, and they're like little nuanced differences. to me, a Baron's got to have this cowling over here with the intake on top of it. It's got to have that cowling. Now, there's multiple different types of Barons out there. I don't have a lot of time in a Baron. I think I have less than 10 hours, maybe closer to 15 hours. I did a round trip to California in a Baron and a 58, and then we took the same thing. We went down to San Diego, which was a second California trip. So I have 4, 5, 6 flights in a Baron, but it's still twin prop. Absolutely love it. I've always loved the Baron, even going back to the FSX days, the default Baron 58. I used to fly that thing all the time. So having a Blacksquare native 2024 Baron in the sim is absolutely fantastic. In my opinion, there is no better general aviation developer out there right now than Blacksquare. Now, I love the Blacksquare, the way the airplanes fly, the way they sound. It's just absolutely awesome. So we'll do a little bit of a walk around. We'll pull our plugs there. You can hear that? Oh, I could hear that little ticking in there. But so you can't, it's not a PT6, right? We can't spin the prop all the way around, but you can give it a little nudge. Come out here, checking our boots, which they do inflate. All right, coming around the wing now. This will move. Oh, you know what it is? It's because the I think my lock is still installed. All right, make sure the flaps don't move. We'll pull that rear chock coming around the aft baggage. Oh, static port wick there. Make sure that's pulled off. Coming around the tail section here. Do a little wiggle of that. Make sure real world you'd be checking in any of the cracks. Make sure there's everything looked good, no corrosion, right? Nothing on the cables coming loose up here. Make sure everything is tight and looking good. Yeah, I think my control lock is on. That's why I can't move the flight control surfaces. That's crazy. All right, realism. Open up the second cabin door. Beautiful. And we'll go ahead and hop in. We'll hop in. I'm going to pull the control yoke. There we go. And I'm also going to connect my force feedback yoke for absolute juice. If you love GA flying, I was talking to a couple of my friends about this. Force feedback is game changing in the sim, so I highly recommend being able to or upgrading to a force feedback yoke, especially if GA is what you love to do. It's just completely game changing. There we go. You'll see it pulls the yoke in because of the weight of the elevator. I'll go ahead and throw up the camera as well, so you'll be able to see my yoke, and I got base throttles over here for the Baron. So, all right. Now that we got our control lock removed, actually I'm curious. Let's see. Since it is pre-release, make sure it's not a bug. Oh, yep. See, they move. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Look at the yokes moving. I love it. I love little details like that. Fabiano's in the house. What's going on, my man? It says, oh my, we're getting closer to that Caravan release I'm thinking of. I love the Baron. Yeah, I love the Baron. I love the Bonanza. I love them all, man. I love the airplanes that Blacksquare is putting out. I mean, he's kind of put some off-the-wall ones out there, but the ones that he puts out, they always are very interesting. And, of course, the Baron, I think, is going to be one of the most popular airplanes Blacksquare is releasing. But look at this panel, guys. I mean, come on, just absolutely beautiful texturing, modeling work. I mean, if you have the Dukes, you know what to expect. So this airplane to me it's just as exciting as flying the Piston Duke, but it's much more manageable. This is much more, it's slower. We're not running turbos out there. You're going to be cruising at 170 true, 160 indicated-ish. There is a pressurized version as well. This is the non-pressurized version. So this is just a little bit more manageable of an airplane. Things don't happen quite as fast, but you don't have the power. But it's also kind of fun, especially SimWorld, if you don't have the power, because then you got to really kind of plan, your intensity, altitude, and things like that. Engines failures are going to be much more of a problem if that's your thing. So before we get flying, let's do a quick little flight plan or a route here. We're going to start up at Lima 41, Marble Canyon, and we're going to go to Sedona. We'll lock that in there. Just take a look. So you can see there is some radar returns out there just past Flagstaff. Now we're going to be going around Grand Canyon VOR, and then we're coming down towards Drake, and then we're going to cut over. So Drake is over here, and I'm going to add a waypoint. We'll just add GCN. I'm just doing this for sightseeing purposes. We're not really going to use this for navving. I'm just doing this for sightseeing and for frequency help. Grand Canyon, and then Drake VOR, which is Delta Romeo Kilo. We may not go all the way to Drake, because you see it kind of adds that little cut in there, but there is high terrain out here. Now what we could use is the en route charts, right? Do we have default en route charts? Map settings, maps. Oh yeah, so it would be we'd have to pull out our Navigraph charts, which we could do. I'm guessing you can configure nav equipment? Yes, absolutely. We're going to do that next. We're just doing a little bit of pre-flight prep. You know, we don't really get to do this when we do airliner stuff, so it's kind of neat. We'll sit here. I'll import the flight plan that I have, and then I'll show you why I picked that route. It's kind of fun to do a little pseudo flight planning if this was real world scenario, trying to get back to Sedona. If you remember, we did this route in the inverse order. We went from Sedona to Marble Canyon in the Aerostar, which was a lot of fun, but we're going to be taking the return now. So we're going to use VFR sectionals for this. So what I'm going to plan to do, we're going to take off here at a Marble Canyon, and I want to join this I guess this Victor Airways 015 into Grand Canyon, just as get us pointed in the right direction. But we know we can just fly visually down the canyon here. And then, matter of fact, instead of flying an airway, that's boring. Why don't we just heading mode, follow this canyon. We'll take the turn. This would be borderline illegal, I'm pretty sure, because this is restricted airspace. Not restricted, but there's corridors here that you got to fly through at altitudes and stuff for Grand Canyon. So don't just, go out there real world and blast off and fly through the canyon and get in trouble for that. But we'll fly visually around the canyon. We'll hit GCN, and then we'll take a look at the radar, and we'll see what's going on. Because if you go from Grand Canyon direct, you see we got a lot of high terrain out here still. We got 9.7. We got Flagstaff, Pullman, the peak out here at 13. 12.6 is the top of the mountain there. But we might kind of cut the corner a little bit, not go all the way to Drake. We'll just kind of willy in there. So I like that plan. We'll take the visual route to the VOR, and then we'll nav it up. We could almost come up with our own airway if we just fly the Grand Canyon. What is this? I got to zoom out one more. 150, 160. Man, if we take the 160 radial off Grand Canyon, that'll set us up perfectly for a left base entry into Sedona. So I like that. That is our pseudo flight plan. With that done, we'll take a look at our EFB tablet here from Blacksquare. Now do you guys want to rock, so we have the 430 backup. You cannot autopilot nav off the 430 backup. You can only nav off your primary. So we have the KX155, we have the KLN90, which I don't believe I have set up yet, and the GNS 530. I could put the 530 primary and KX155 secondary. We'll do VOR only. We could go straight up. You just want to do straight up KX155s? I think we'll do. Nah, we'll use this. We use 530 and KX155 for this one. And we'll do a hot swap here. Beautiful. So now we've got a 530, and like I said, we're not really going to use nav sources other than heading mode here for a while. So that set, we've got a couple of effects here that we've already set up. Static, show co-pilots, hide windshield hot plate. So this is a hot plate. It's annoying for any Baron or even some of the old Cessnas. The twins had them too. Hot plate here. So if you're flying through ice, guess where you're going to look to land? Right through the hot plate. You can turn that off, but that would be not realistic. The Barons I've always seen had hot plates. That maybe there's a Baron without a hot plate. I'm not sure. But the few that I ever saw always had hot plates on them. So that set, force toggle winglets regardless of type. We'll get into that more when we get to the bonanza. All right, everything else looks good. Show dynamic registration, still awaiting fix in Sim Update 4. So you can do dynamic reg if you want to. I don't have anything right now of that. So let's do our little flight planning. Oh, does the pressurized Baron have a hot plate? I bet it. Yeah, it's got to have a. I mean, you're probably going higher. I'd say you're more susceptible to ice. you're more susceptible to ice in the pressurized one because you're probably going to be thinking you can fly a little bit higher. I'm not sure. It's got to have a hot plate. I know it doesn't have a heated window unless there's some crazy mod out there, but it's aviation, right? People do crazy things with airplanes. So right now the max takeoff is 5,500 pounds. We're loaded up. We got a pilot, first officer, and a couple of friends in the back. 43 gallons aside. That gives us 3.5 hours. That's plenty good. 628 nautical miles, 4,200. That puts us almost 700, 800 pounds below max, which is plenty good. I'm going to leave the fuel as is because we might do a little bit more sightseeing. So we've pulled all of that. Everything is set here. We can close the cabin door from here, or you can do it from the click spot back there, but we'll do it there. I'm going to leave this door open for engine start because it's just much more juicy. Refill oxygen. Nose baggage door is closed. My engines are in good condition. You can clear cylinders, clean plugs, repair starter, recharge battery. Love all that. Electrical page. We'll look at that in cruise. And, of course, the cabin. Is also here now. It's cool we get to use the old combustion heater. It does have a heated window. Yeah, Wingnut, I know, at the hot plate. That's what we were talking about. But what I was saying is, someone asked, is there a Baron without hot plates? I said somebody probably has a Baron without a hot plate, right? You don't have to have a heated window, I don't think. That's a requirement. But you can turn the hot plate off if you don't like the view. All I was saying was I've never seen a Baron in the handful of Barons that I've seen without a hot plate, so they all had hot plates on them. And then, of course, failures. You guys are all familiar with this. The reason I love failures, especially with GA airplanes, look at all these. It shows you, or it's proof to you, that you have much more going on beneath the skin of the airframe. And when you fly, typically, general aviation or piston aircraft, you have a little bit less to do than when you're, setting up a 777 and you're getting your FMS loaded for 10 minutes and the 777 is pretty automated, but, dealing with air traffic control and all that, the workloads are completely different from tube liner flying to GA flying. And GA flying, typically, the airplanes have relatively simplistic systems. You got pitot-static, you've got the gyroscope, you've got your Garmin or whatever you may have for nav radios, and you've got your engines, right? And you may have pressurization. But other than that, there's not too much else going on in general aviation aircraft. So when you throw in all of the detail, such as air conditioner failures, engine trend monitor failure, de-ice boot failures, pitot heat failures, light failures, nav failures, all this stuff, now you take an airplane that you would think is kind of simple to fly in sim world, okay, because real life is completely different. We're just speaking truly to sim world. You now have a whole lot more to care about, and you have to respect your airplane and fly your sim airplane as you would real world, right? Because if you use and abuse it, you'll probably end up breaking something. So right now I have the global failure rate on 5x. So I love this. I love Blacksquare's failure system. Always have, and it's one of my favorite in the game. So I have it on 5x. We may encounter something. Hopefully we don't have an engine failure because I'd probably crash it. It's just been that long. So which is the critical engine? The left engine? Something like that? All right. So we've set up our bird. We're ready to go. I'm going to hide the yoke for right now. But let's go ahead and boot it up. Sim sounds are turned all the way up. And let's go ahead and we'll take a listen. Get the batteries up. We got the gyro spinning up over there. So this is the standby gyro, right? That's on the electrical. And then we have our pneumatic gyro over here. We'll get the alternators on, avionics off. We'll get our nav light. We'll get our beacon light on. All right, and we're going to get this airplane fired up. So we've got left and right alt. We'll go ahead and get the cowl flaps open. Our fuel selectors are in run. Circuit breakers are all in. Parking brake is set. We're going to go ahead and prime. So we'll go fuel boost to high. We'll run the throttles open. We'll run the mixtures open. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. Cut the throttles. Cut the mixtures. We'll kill the boost pumps. Hopefully that's enough. Crack said throttles. And let's go ahead and start them up. So left, right, mag, both. And we bring on the Boeing cam because it's kind of cool to see this here. Start them up. Love that sound. Looking for 1,000 RPM. Looks like my throttle position was just right, so I've matched it with the number 1. And I'm gonna, just because we're at 3,500 feet here, I'm just gonna crack the mixture back just a hair. Keep those cylinders nice and clean. There we go. I'm trying to fix the vertical stream there a little bit, give you a little bit better picture for the mobile user. All right. So we got one running. Let's go ahead and turn, alternator 2 is already on, all right alternator. Let's go into a left engine start. So same thing. Left, right, both. Start it up. Thousand RPM. Bring that mixture back just a tad. Half travel-ish. At least an inch or so back because we're up high. We'll go ahead and close the doors. I'm going to close this for now. All right, we got 2 good engine starts. We'll run a little after start. Avionics master switch will come on. What's the temperature in the cabin? It's 81 degrees. It's a little bit warm. Let's go ahead and throw the AC on low, blower on low. We'll get the air conditioning light. We'll pop open here. There's AC doors open, prohibited for takeoff. We'll get some panel lights on. We'll let the Garmin boot up. We're squawk standby 12,000 for right now. Radar's in standby. And we are looking good. We'll take a look at our engines here. We got our cylinder heads are nice and cold. We're going to get those warmed up here in no time. We also have the included checklist, which I will show you. Aircraft checklist. Before starting engines, engine start, after start. We'll start here. Let's go ahead and mark through these here. So the lights as required, weather radar standby, avionics, cabin air is on, air conditioning as desired, mixture is lean for taxi, park brake, brakes check, we'll do that. We're gonna do, I've not done this full run-up, but what do you say we do a full run-up on this one here? So we'll do the full run-up when we get to the old short. We are at Lima 41, which is Marble Canyon. I believe it's called Marble Canyon. It's super scenic. Check this out, man. Look at that. I mean, you want a screenshot, go to drone cam, watch this. Look at that. This is a super scenic airport to fly into. This is default as well, by the way, default scenery. All right, while that's getting booted up, we'll do a magic barrel ref here. We're going to set, I don't know what we're actually going to climb up to, but right now let's just set 11.5. All right, 11,500 is set. And then we'll get ready to taxi here. Hold on, I got an email. Perfect. I was waiting for an email, guys. It just came through. We're good to go. The sounds are awesome, though, right? I don't know if Boris did the sounds for this as well. I'll tell you what, they sound amazing, though. All right, we're acquiring our satellites. And just before we taxi on, because it's going to be a pretty short taxi over there, let's see, we're 82 degrees. So watch this. Oops, wrong EFB. I got 2 EFBs. Cabin, we're going to come over here. We'll take a look at the cabin features. So I'm going to slide this over. All right. So my compressor is not running. That's oxygen. Pilot air. So open that up. There we go. Look at that. Need a little bit more juice. Need a little bit of juice to get the compressor to run. Look at that. So need a little bit more power to get the air conditioning compressor to run. Little simple details like that. Isn't that cool? All right, let's go ahead and well, it actually saved my old test flight plan. Oh, wait, where did this flight plan come from? How did it know the flight plan? Is it because we put it in the EFB on the game? Or in the sim? How did it program that? Alright, well, that makes life easy. It's imported from the regular EFB. Cool deal. Alright, brakes released, taxi lights on. Let's get out of here. Make Barry walk up that mountain. Alright, we're going to take the taxiway is a little bit bumpy here. Let's go ahead and open the window. Nice suspension on this airplane. Can you please do a lot of wing views during the stream? Oh yeah, dude. Dude, go. Thanks for the $5 super chat. I know, we got a wing view drama going on now. People don't like the wing view. There's the air conditioning door as I taxi into the dirt. We don't want to do that. Thank you, Toot Code, for the $5 super chat. I will tell you what, though, the wing view on the Baron, I love it. It's so just, to me, it's just iconic. That's a Baron. When I see this, I see Baron. It's just Baron, Baron, Baron. Because you can use the other one that has a different cowling. And I don't believe it actually has that on the top. We'll come up here and then we'll do a run up. Taxiing feels great, man. It feels really good. It's actually much easier to taxi than the Duke, which is surprising, but in a good way. Like it's the Duke, the Piston Duke is it can be kind of challenging to taxi. It may be because you just have so much power out there that you got to really be careful with it. But this airplane taxi is really nice. But this taxiway is rough. So we can see the windsock. It's going to be a crosswind from the left, so I tell you what, there's nobody here. We're just going to line up right here. We'll set the brake, and we'll do our own run-up. Now, fair warning, I have not done this full run-up yet, so we're going to test it out right now together for the first time. So the AC door is closing. Love it, all right? I'll leave the window down for right now, and we're going to go through the full run-up procedure. This is default. Park brake is set, annunciator test. So that's right here. It's kind of cool to see. Annunciator test. Boom. So boom, boom. Remote compass is slave. Checked mixture full rich. Full rich. Throttle 1700 RPM. So we're going to run them up 1700 RPM. Here we go. (1700 RPM). Exercise left propeller to 300 RPM. Oh, 300 RPM drop. Jeez, I was going to say 300 RPM is into feather. Woo. All right, boom. Left and right. Magnetos. Check left. Back to both. Check right. Check. Instrument air in the green. Instrument air in the green. It's on this side. In the green. Check. I like how you can do that too. You can look at it. Alright, I don't want to look at you anymore. Check magnetos. Boom. Instrument air, left alternator off, right alternator illuminate. So boom. Boom. Left and right alternator lights check. Oh, you're supposed to check for the load to 0. Oh. Hold on. Let me close the window up. It's a little loud. I put my headset on too by accident. I was going to show you that later. So we need to go left alternator off. And then left alternator load is 0. Look at that. Back on. Let's split the load. There it is. We're on behind my throttles. Boom. Left and right. Check. All right. Boom, 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 boom. We've done all that. Left alternator load above 10 amps. We've done all that. Yeah. Prop heat. So now we're going to go through our heats, and we're going to watch the loads, right? So left pitot heat, there's a jump. Right pitot heat, there's a jump. Fuel vent heat, very slight jump. Stall warning heat, slight jump. That's important. Windshield, boom. There goes the windshield. Here comes prop. There's the jump. Prop amps are up. Prop amps, check. Surface de-ice. So here we go. We're going to do a manual cycle. Boom, de-ice pressure in the green. And off. You look quick enough. Hold on, let me do it one more time. There's the boot inflate. You see the inflate? Deflate. Cool. All right, we got that all checked across the board. Boom, 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 boom. Altimeter or ammeters, windshield left. We're checking all these here. We did all this. Stall warning. Heating switches, de-ice boot pressure, surface de-ice boot pressure. You're supposed to do the cycle, but we don't need to worry about any of this today. So I'm going to skip the boot cycling, but it does work. It's amazing. Throttle, 1,000 to 200. Here we go. Coming back down. Electric trim exercise. So now we're going to run the trim test and the heading autopilot test. Flaps for takeoff, doors and windows. So that's it. That's the conclusion of that. So I'm going to go back to before takeoff, and we're going to run this real quick here because this is actually kind of a cool check. I did this with Nick on the Starship, something I never really do on the stream, but you definitely do it in the airplane. It was mandatory for the 99s that we flew flying freight. If you were equipped with an autopilot, you had to do the autopilot check every time. So electric trim, so we'd be checking with the electric trim here, right? So that's working on my yoke, and then of course you got the wheel trim to work right there. So then what we can also do is we'll sync up the heading bug. Spin this sucker around. All right, and we're going to go ahead and engage the autopilot. And autopilot heading. There we go, there's the turn. And my yoke because my yoke is force feedback, it's actually fighting it. But you can see that it wanted to turn, and then you would test the disconnect function of it right there. All right, so that looks good. Now, real quick, let's check to make sure. I have noticed this on my yoke. The autopilot disconnect that I used to use sometimes is sticking. So yeah, see my number 3 button? So number 2 is disconnect, so we're good. It'll work just fine. All right, niche hardware issue, exactly, but it's definitely worth it, my man. It's definitely worth it. It's just because the force feedback is fighting the autopilot turn on the ground, and but you saw the function of the check, right? So that looks good. Flaps are not needed, required. Trims are set. Cow flaps are full open. We're ready for takeoff, chat. All right, let's look through this. So before takeoff, mixture, oil temps, air conditioning off, landing lights, transponder, weather, radar. Takeoff check, throttle, brakes, boom, 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 boom. We'll make sure we get all that. Get that one checked. Max continuous, we'll skip that. We'll go to en route climb next. So, AJ Funari dropped 20 gifted subs. AJ, my man, thank you for the 20 gifted sub bomb, dude. Really appreciate that. Hope you enjoy some of the GA content here today. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. We don't need the autopilot. We'll go standby altitude. Cylinder head temps are all in the green. Cow flaps are open. Who's ready to go flying? I am. One more super chat here. Thank you so much, Wingnut, for a $5 super chat. Says this is the kind of basic GA flying the people me want. We're doing another leg in the Bonanza? Yes. F1 Sim Goat. Well, how kind of you. That's not what my text messages show. But, yeah, we're going to do the Bonanza next. We're going to fly. I think we should do maybe a Half Moon Bay flight because that's where I went on my vacation last week. I kind of want to fly out of there. You know, maybe we'll do a Bonanza flight next. Oh, we'll definitely do a Bonanza next, but we'll think about the route. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you again, AJ, for the the 20 gifted subs. I've seen this. I'm going to hit this comment real quick before we take off. I've seen this comment pop up a couple times now saying that this is better than the Duke for some people, and I can totally see that because the Duke, and me personally, I'm in love with the Duke. I don't think anything is better than the Duke, but I can totally see that argument because this airplane being less powerful, things happen a little bit slower. It's not as advanced as the Duke, and the Duke is kind of like riding a wild Mustang, right? A horse, like a Mustang horse. It's a bucking bronco. There you go. So the Dukes are you got a whole lot going on. This airplane, in comparison to the Duke, it feels much more quote-unquote GA, and I love it. I know you guys are going to absolutely love it as well. Do I prefer this over the Milviz? I do, Joe Planes. Reason being is because of the failures in the systems going on behind it in the aircraft. The Milviz is great, but the Duke and the Baron, Blacksquare, to me, Blacksquare is the number one. I think you got to go Blacksquare, then Aerostar below that in terms of ranking, in my opinion. So, all right, enough chit chat. Let's take this thing off, okay? Let's do this. The Baron takeoff sound. I'll make sure my headset is off. Brakes released. I'm gonna hold them manually. I'm gonna be quiet. Let's go ahead and go flying. No flaps on this takeoff, so here we go. My heading bug synced up here. Here we go. Listen to that. Airspeed's alive. A bit of a crosswind from the left. 80 knots, nice easy on the rotation. Positive rate, gear up. Bumpy. Through 100 knots, flaps would come up. We don't have any flaps on. About 110-ish, get us climbing away from the ground here. It's extremely loud. Let's put our noise-canceling headphones on. All right, we're gonna keep climbing up here a little bit higher, then we're gonna get over the canyon. Blackbird Controls is in the house with 5 gifted subs. Blackbird, my man, good to see you. Long time no see. Hope all is well, my man. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. All right, let's go ahead and start our climb. So we're going to leave power maximum. I'm going to reduce props. Wow, you can feel the wind blowing. 2,500. Thank you, Blackbird, again for the 5 gifted subs. All right, that's coming back. I'm going to sync up my props best I can, and then we'll engage prop sync, get it close. Oh, I'm fiddling with it now. Don't fiddle with it, just set it and forget it. All right, that's up. Oop. Let's go prop sync. We never turned our lights on for takeoff. That's okay. Nobody was there. 77 degrees in the cabin. That's fine. We don't need to turn the air on. Well, we can run the vent blower on, though, if you want to do that. Vent blower's on. We're going to just fly the cabin here, or fly the canyon. I'll tell you what. Let's go to 8.5. 8,500. We'll go ahead and creep the mixtures back just a hair. You see that fuel flow increase there? Watching those cylinders. All right, let's go ahead and run through mixture max power. That's en route climb, prop 25, full open, cow flaps, air conditioning, cabin heater, oxygen, engine performance monitor. So pretty much all self-explanatory stuff. We could probably go half on the cow flaps. We'll go a little bit here, a little bit here. I'm going to keep climbing until we get out of some of these bumps. We're just going to follow the canyon, though. Follow the canyon. Heading bug sig. I'm going to just keep hand flying it right now. I mean, we're in trim. What you're seeing is just turbulence right now. Hand flies so nice. It hand flies smoother than the Duke. Like I said, because the Duke is just so fast. You've really got to be on it. This is just, it's more docile, you know? Much more docile. We'll go we'll go 1,000 feet. We'll go to 8.5 as planned. Wow, look at that. And then we'll stay low, because we don't want to get too high and miss all the scenery. Oh, did the stream lag for you guys? Sorry about that. Yeah, I saw we had one little lag spike there. It should be steady now. Goodness. Alright. There's the altitude alert. Beautiful, man. We should hit this sunset into Sedona just right. A little bit of a wing flex I thought I saw there when we hit that bump. Plenty of times for wing views here. Let's go ahead and fly it up to 8.5. We'll level it off. We'll engage the autopilot. Show you how the autopilot works. Pretty simple. A little bit different than what you may be used to in the Duke. You'll notice we don't have any of the cheat panel here because the autopilot panel is right here. Alright, reaching 8,500 feet. We'll trim it out. Almost. As she accelerates, going to need a little more nose down trim. Still a tad bumpy here, but we'll deal with it. Alright, so we're at the altitude that we want to be at, so we can go flight director, altitude, autopilot, engage, heading mode. So you see the order that I did that in is because I was already at the altitude that I wanted to level. So you engage flight director or altitude. Altitude will engage the flight director for you if you just hit altitude. So you engage altitude first so the autopilot knows what mode to go into when you engage the autopilot. Because if you were to just engage the autopilot right there, depending on what you were doing with the airplane, things could get out of whack. So if you're leveled off already, hit altitude. You can even hit heading bug if you're already centered and then engage the autopilot. Now we're locked and loaded. Because I'm OCD, I'm going to spin this course line back around for me as well. We'll go ahead and close the cowl flaps. Those are closed up. And we're going to go for rich of peak just to trigger wing nut here. So I'm not going to use the engine trend monitor. I'm going to go into the EGT gauge here. And I'm going to start pulling the mixtures back. EGT rise. Still going up. Very hard to see, but we're almost peaked out right now. I'll do both so you can keep, because you may not be able to see it through YouTube compression, but in 2K this panel is absolutely fantastic. So we're pretty much at peak, and I can put this to lean fine. I should have done that right there. I feel like we're getting way back on the mixtures. Yeah, we're way back. A little bit too lean. I should have done that. We should redo it technically if we were paying for these engines. You could also lean for a fuel flow. Right about there. I'll take that for right now. All right. We're leaned out, 62 degrees. That's fine. We don't need any heat. If you want to increase your noise canceling, go ahead. No problem. Just click over here. We can increase the noise canceling on the headset as well. So we got the noise canceling increased, and we'll get our TAS readout here. The outside air temp is 30. So we're going to take 30 and put it above our 8,500 foot altitude right here. That gives us a TAS of about 185 knots. And we're following the canyon. Now let's pull up our chart here. Look at that view. Let's pull up our chart. And let's see what altitudes we got up here, because we may have to climb up. So 9.3.796 in this sector. We probably should go up 1,000 feet just to be safe. We're going to be right over some terrain. So let's go ahead and let's because we want to re-lean it anyway. So there's a couple different ways we can do this. First and foremost, I'm going to increase the mixture a little bit. kind of get us back to where we were. Props can stay at 2,500 for the en route climb. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go altitude up. And if I disengage that, there we go, 9,500, I think. And now if I hit, there we go. Maybe? Or do I got to get it out of the altitude hold mode? It's in altitude hold mode, I think. I thought there was a way to change it to... autopilot. I have to do a... No, that's not it. Maybe? Oh, I have to arm it? Oh, yeah! Yeah. Sorry. 9.5. Look. See? Old school. Oh, that's down. There we go, chat. Look. See? Old Airbus pilot. We can figure it out. 700 feet per minute. Up we go. There we go. Oh, sorry. I wanted to... Ah! Where's the other click spot? Right here. There we go. I totally forgot, guys. My bad. 2,500 RPM. Mixtures come up first, right? Power's already full. We're going to climb up to 9.5. There we go. We figured it out. Boris in the house? Wait, Boris is here? Hotshot, my man. Dude. Okay, Boris. They are amazing. I had a feeling you did the sounds for this as well. Absolutely fantastic, dude. Absolutely love them. I know we haven't done 777 sounds. Look at that wing, just that rough little barren wing flex there. I know we haven't done 777 yet, Boris, but come on, man. This is epic. The sounds on this are absolutely awesome, man. 27 months, that's a lot of months, my man. Not as many months as you're going to be flying an RJ, though. Hope all is well, dude. Hope life is good. And fantastic job on the triple and on this as well, man. Let's see if we can sneak it here. Try to get up to 9.5, 120 knots. It's going to be about 110. Looks like it's in capture mode already. The droning on takeoff is there, right, Jeff? That's how I was like, yep, it's got that drone. It's got that barren drone. I do see some clouds on the horizon, so let's go ahead and throw the radar into... Oops. Radar is on. Okay, good. I thought it was in standby. I'll zoom the range out a little bit. All right, so yep, we did capture. Stayed at about 110 knots. Beautiful. Now... I will, I'm going to do I'm going to re-lean it. See the engine fuel flow there as I shoved them full forward? All right. Let's go ahead and re-lean. See how much happier the engines are there when you pull that mixture back a little bit. There we go. Here comes our EGTs. EGTs are coming up. 13. Let's go for 1300 EGT. Close enough. I gotta fix that prop a little bit out of sync. Get it closer. There we go. Now we'll resync. Should stay on it. Alright. Now we're cooking with gas. Alright. The Grand Canyon VOR is frequency 11165. So let's tune that in on nav 1. We'll go over here. Oops, 11165. Boom. And regular CDI. Boom. We're heading over there 23 miles out. We can actually nav this one up. Over the canyon, baby. Feather 2. Oh my gosh, look at that. Let's go ahead and turn our A&R back up there. So there's 2 click spots on your noise reduction. Turn it down, turn it up, and then unplug it, of course, if you so wish. All right, we're navving to the Grand Canyon VOR. I'm going to turn the master sim sounds down so we can just look at this beauty. And then I want to look at some manual stuff here. Captain Simp, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. I was going to say, whoever got these sounds sure is giving Boris a run for his money. Turns out it was Boris. Indeed it was, man. Indeed it was. X-Plane 12 could never. I mean, look at the, just, come on, man. Look at that. Now, we are definitely lower than we're supposed to be, I think, for the transition here. Oh, it's much quieter in here. Look at the Simtown. Let me pull out the manual. Blacksquare Baron Professional. I'm going to put out the What's New manual, and we're going to look at that together. I feel like we're really close to the ground. I can't see. Yeah, we're good. All right. All right, so let's do some studying. Let's come back to the cabin. Let's pop out this little fancy table here. And let's take a look at what's new in the Baron. So let me pull up the window for you. Better than Scardu? Well, there's no approach here. This is just, we're just flying for fun. But I don't think you'd have a hard time getting the Baron out of Scardu if you were heavy. All right, here we go. Baron Professional. Let me turn the camera a little bit so you can still see what's going on. Now, this particular set here, this is what's new since the analog Baron from the very beginning. And Nick goes over the 1,000 hours of dedication of revamping from the original analog Baron. And I'm telling you, if you don't have a Blacksquare product, I'm telling you, you can see the dedication and attention to detail in any Blacksquare product, especially the professional line that's coming out now. It's absolutely astonishing. Same with the Starship, the Dukes, of course. So he's got a completely custom exterior model created for the Baron Professional to accurately portray each version of the B-58. 3 aircraft in one. This is what I wanted to get at because I'm not very good with Baron recognition and the different variants like we were talking about earlier. This is probably what Wignut wants to hear. So the analog Baron represented the normally aspirated B-58, with the pressurized model being a poor facsimile lacking the correct engine nacelles and smaller cabin entry door. Baron Professional includes an accurate 2000s B-58, 1984 B-58 TC, and an 85 B-58P pressurized, accurate inside and out. So a lot of work done. You get 3 aircraft in one for the Baron. Look at the wing flexing. Hold on. Just that subtle little wing flex out there on the engine because it's a stiff wing Baron, but you can see it. Look. I mean, that is too cool. Maybe I'll move the view like this instead. That is stunning. All right, back to where we were at here. Custom sound patch. I guess I could have read it. Boris Audio Works brings the airframe to life with the best quality sounds available. 6 paint schemes, custom wing flex, ground vibration physics from the Piston Duke. Right, so learning from the Duke, creating on top of that. Forgot I had my coffee over here. I got so excited. All right, improved modeling in the interiors, wear and tear. I mean, I don't ever really say that you can't see the detail through YouTube compression because, I mean, if you watch in 2K and you have a 2K monitor, it's still pretty good. But I'm telling you, there's nothing like looking at whether it's the Dukes, the Starship, the Baron, the Bonanza. It has some of the finest detailing and texturing that's out there. I absolutely love it, especially with my 2K monitor now. It's game changing. Really good work. It feels alive. 5 new interior upholstery packages. The tablet interface, which we went over. 100+ failures. Configuring avionics and payload. You've seen me go over that. Physics-based engine simulation, also from the Blacksquare Piston Duke. The Baron Professional's engine now feels alive with compression, magneto impulse couplings, blade angle, oil temp and pressure, cylinder head temperature, and preheating simulations. Which, as we go into the winter months, yes, that'll be fun to do some preheating stuff. Fuel injected engine simulation with fouling, vapor lock, flooding, and backfire. Features began with the analog bearing, but now they have been perfected with all the information required to drive the tablet engine visualizers and adjusted to best represent the models and aircraft featured here. Absolutely love it. AJ, thanks for the $3 super chat. He says, look at that wing flex, fully modeled spar cracks. Nah, man, this isn't a Piper. This isn't a Piper, AJ. Get out of here with that. Beaches never made an airplane the wings wouldn't fall off of. Oh, come on, Wingnut. Get out of here, dude. Go fly your T6 that has no cowling on it right now. An instrument needle stiction. We've seen this in the Dukes. I absolutely love it. They can become sticky. Tap the glass to free the needles. Get more accurate readings. Fully simulated environmental control and pressurization. We're not rocking the pressurized Baron right now, but that's simulated. Several new random scheduled or performance-triggered failures have been added, settable via the tablet, including engine damage, compatible with third-party UIs and instructor stations. Physics-based sound system. Sounds like engine starting are not mere recordings, but instead layered sounds constructed based on the underlying simulation. This is one of the most underrated lines when we talk about sound, because when you start up the Duke, start up the Baron, no startup sound is the same, it seems like. If it's hotter, it sounds different. If it's colder, it sounds different. If your battery is low, you can hear it strain. You can literally hear the difference of the simulation that's going on underneath the system. Now, Boris outlined this a long time ago when he was doing the pre-release stuff for the Duke sound set back in the day. But, yeah, it's fantastic. Jeez, Wingnut, oh my god. Okay, I'm just going to let you guys do your thing. We talked about the exterior elements, propeller, hub, oil, and unfeathering accumulator simulation, feather with locking pins, engine preheating, performance tables. That's in the manual stuff that comes with the aircraft. Gyroscope physics. I've tumbled the gyroscope. Strobe lights now cause realistic distracting flashes in the clouds. Experience St. Elmo's fire. KNS 81 RNAV. I love it. We did that in the Duke. You can do it in the Baron now. Authentic B-58 pressurized Baron with accurate external model and systems as perfected in the Piston Duke to match. There's a 102-page analog Baron user manual has grown to 165 pages. So the original analog Baron, the manual's up to 165 pages now. So that's just the overview of the changes from the analog Baron from back in the day. Now we had our to from flip. Let's go ahead and throw this into heading mode. We're just going to fly southbound. We said, what did we say? We'd fly 160. If we set ourselves up on the 160, that'd put us on a perfect base. Now, we kind of flew past that, but that's fine. Let's set up a shallow intercept. I can see Flagstaff mountain over there. There's Flagstaff, so we're just going to kind of fly 145, 150-ish, kind of rejoin. We'll stay to the east. Yeah, you can see here on the map, there's Drake over there. We're not going to go all the way to Drake. We're going to kind of cut the corner and take it inbound. All right, let's go outside. Blackbird Controls dropping a $10 super chat. Blackbird, my man, appreciate you. Get the camera set up here. Oh, didn't even do that. Hit the reset button. How's that for your eyes? Blackbird Controls, thanks for the $10 super chat. My man says, any chance I could steal you for a 15-minute phone call in the near future to pick your brain about how the Airbus TQ operates and feels? I feel if I'm going to do it, I need to ask the expert. Oh my goodness. At Blackbird Controls, you're making Airbus thrust controls confirmed? My man, thanks for the $10 super chat. Yeah, dude, hit me up. Although I've completely ditched Airbus. I'm all Boeing now. I'm 100% pro Boeing. Allegedly. But thank you, Blackbird, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, man, hit me up. We'll do something. We'll talk. I don't know where you've been, man. Been going in solo on 6 days because no one wants to. No one's home anymore. But appreciate you. Thank you, man. Thanks for the super chat. I have a question for the airline. I would prefer to fly for at my airport. They mostly operate the 737, but that could change. But I want to fly the 321. What should I do? It's like 80-20. I would go wherever you get hired and go fly whatever you puts you back home sooner. That'd be my recommendation. You're 100% pro paycheck. Amen to that, AJ. That's right. So I do have a surprise coming on Friday. It'll be, I don't know if it will get here in time to stream with it, but I do indeed have a surprise. Now, what I see up ahead here is a little bit concerning. So we've got some IMC conditions. We're VFR, and we're flying in mountainous terrain. So we're going to kind of keep an eye on all that. We'll keep this in terrain mode, just as a backup. I flew past that 160 radial. But, we'll stay. We'll take the 160. That looks like it'll put us right through that saddle there. Maybe. How about we do that one? That's close enough there. And we'll nav it up here in a minute as we make our approach into Sedona. Now, what we'll do is we'll probably do a touch and go in Sedona if we can. Yeah, there was definitely weather around Flagstaff, and I actually saw some of it here on the radar. I saw a little bit of green popping up there. I'll zoom out to 100 miles. So it looks just like rain. This is not radar. This is terrain. So that's the mountain of Flagstaff. So we'll keep that in mind as we get closer. But definitely see a little bit of rain up there. There is a convective segment ahead of you all over Sedona and Phoenix. Ooh, maybe we should do a touch and go in Sedona and then go land in Phoenix. Should we do that? Or should we land in Sedona and then fire up the bonanza? V1, did you go through 141 college? I did both, actually, Sam. We started 141, got my private, and then I went to Part 61 flight school and did the rest there. Sedona to Phoenix in the bonanza. No, I think what we'll do is I think we'll do bonanza. Wait, who the Cowboys playing Monday? Hold on, because I've got a Cowboys colored bonanza that we're gonna fly. Do the Cowboys play Monday night? Or are they in a bye week? Trying to load it on my phone right now. I can't load it because there is a turbine bonanza that we're gonna have to fly. All right, or should we do a poll, or should we do both? Maybe we'll do two legs in the bonanza. We'll do a piston bonanza and then a turbine bonanza, but I only set up my turbine bonanza. Yeah, there's lots of Cowboys fans in Deer Valley. I know it, man. Why I can't load this right now. Let me do a poll. Bonanza. Cowboys are at Denver. Maybe we should fly. How far would it be? Let me do a sky vector here real quick. Telluride. I mean, that would be 264 miles. 264 miles at 160, not 100. Well, the turbine is still limited. I think it's like what, probably be close to 170 knots. That's a long one. What about I don't know. I kind of like the Half Moon Bay idea going down the west coast. Just because since I just drove Highway 1 in California, I kind of want to see it in the sim again. How much is the bundle after release? I actually, let me double check my information sources. I don't know if I have that information or if I have it, if I'm able to disclose it. Let me take a quick look here. Give me a second. It may already be out. All right, so release day is the Tuesday the 28th for the single aircraft and the money-saving bundle. So here's the product pages. Let me get the product pages for you guys. Oh, so it's okay. So there's a bundle effect. Yeah. So I'm gonna throw some links in chat. Here you go. So this is the Bonanza bundle. Baron Bonanza bundle, and then individually Baron Professional. Right here. And then individually Bonanza Professional. So the professional standalones are $44 each, which is extremely reasonable for what you get with the Blacksquare aircraft. And the bundle package, don't even, listen, $65 for the bundle. I'm telling you right now, chat, don't waste your money buying one. Get the bundle package and basically get the other one for 20%. You get the bundle, I mean, yeah. Get the bundle. Just get the bundle. Get both. I promise you. I absolutely promise you. If there's anything I have more confidence in recommending in terms of if you're looking to buy sim add-ons, it's Blacksquare GA products. Like I promise you, you will have zero remorse, zero regret, and get the bundle. No question. $65 for the bundle is, I mean, yeah. If you're on the fence about the 340, don't get the 340. Get the bundle. You'll have more fun with these airplanes. And you're going to get multiple variants in the Bonanza as well. So you're really getting, what, 5, 6 airplanes? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Jfoot says there is, and I saw that too. I was looking at my information sheet that I have from Blacksquare. And the money-saving bundle. These are links. Current owners. Yeah, current owners. Geez, look at this. Current owners of the analog versions will be offered a 20% discount on any of the SKUs, the single aircraft or the bundle. So if you already own any of the analog versions from a previous, from the original Blacksquare releases, the analog versions, you get 20% off on any of them. So if you have them, get 20% off on the bundle, and you'll be happy as a clam, man. Happy as a clam. I don't know. People always say that. Are clams happy, though? The Bonanza is faster than the 340 when you use sim rate. Jeez. All right. A lot of Turbine Bonanza voters. I like it. Look at the, I mean, that, you know, this might be the first airplane that I've seen in the sim, well, Blacksquare rather, the first piston airplanes to have proper wing flex, because wing flex on piston aircraft is minimal to nil, but there, when you get bumped around enough, there is a very, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a distinct look of like just that straight wing, stiff wing going bump, bump, because it does flex. Just, it's not like you think like 737 flexing. And I can't think of like, because none of the Coronado planes ever had wing flex. What other airplanes were out there? Other pistons? I don't know if the Aerostar has flex. I don't think the Milviz has flex. I think the war did the I'm not sure, but either way, I love seeing the flex on these aircraft. It adds just that little extra oomph. Should I get a Moza yoke or pay more for the Brunner? So I am going to not. You're going to have to ask somebody who has both. All right. The problem, I say problem. The only downside to the Moza right now is I believe the software is still being actively developed. Right. So if you get the Moza now, I think long term it's going to be the better option. However, as of right now, I mean, the Brunner works seamlessly with these airplanes. You get it's so easy to, not easy to customize. The software's a pain in the butt, but once you get it dialed in, it's like, it's just amazing. But I don't know what the Moza is going to be capable of because I don't have one. So, I would hate to steer you in the wrong direction. I almost feel like the Brunner is not abandonware as far as software is concerned. It seems like it's not, they're not targeting Microsoft 2020 pilots, you know, the Brunner and their software, where Moza is. So I think in the long term, the Moza will be the right way to go. But I mean, look, if money was no option, get the Brunner, then sell it when Moza's, you know, rocking and rolling. Oh, here we go. Max, here we go. This is what we need. Max says he's had both. Overall, the Moza is more worth it. There you go. So, that's his opinion. There's nothing Brunner does that Moza can't now. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, that's good. Because I know when it first dropped, you know, it's anything new, right? You got to wait for software to develop and get better and better. Now, I will say this with a caveat, and I hope Moza, I don't know if they listen or not, if they ever will listen, probably not, but the Brunner yoke, the way this yoke feels, 10 times better than the way the Moza felt in my hand at the Expo. Now, I think Moza's coming out with new yokes, or, yeah, new grips, rather, like grip things here, which is awesome, because then you can change those, right? Maybe you can do like a 7.3 style yoke or a GA style yoke in the future. So that is cool. But the basic one that I felt at the Expo, it wasn't bad. It just, the Brunner, it feels so premium, man. Like this feels like a TBM 950 yoke. It's got like a leather wrap on it. It's just very clean. So that's what I love about this one. You guys remember even my TCA yoke? I wrapped it with the tennis tape because I couldn't. It's like I don't like the plasticky feel. But yeah, the Brunner yoke, man, it is, as far as feel, it's just premium. Speaking of, what are we kind of yokes? Yeah, so the old school Beechcraft. I mean, this is exactly like the 99 yoke. Really, the Baron yoke's the exact same thing, except we had a different button here. Map compass light. Oh, very cool. We got our timer down there. All right, we are approaching SES for DME information. Let's just go ahead and set direct to the runway just to give us a distance. Right now we are 24 miles out. All right, we'll take a look at Sedona Airport information over here. We'll go to here. We'll go down to SES weather. Winds are variable at 5. Cool. All right, let's go to the charts. FAA charts. Airport charts. No charts avail? Really? RNAV GPS 3. So we're going to land on runway 3. That's all we need to know. We're going to land on 3. We're not going to shoot a GPS approach. We're going to shoot a visual approach to 3. I'm going to do CDI OBS mode, and I'm going to spin this into 030, so that'll be a extended runway center line. All right. So that's kind of the runway we're looking at. We're in heading mode. Let's go ahead. Let's come out to the right here for some scenery juice. I want the sun to get a little bit lower, so let's fly out over the left-hand side. Man. Flagstaff Pullman over there. All right, is there anything you guys want to see in the Barren right now? I guess we'll do a touch and go. Oh, are we doing a touch and go and going to Deer Valley, or are we gonna do a few laps in the pattern? What do you want to see? We could do a touch and go in Sedona, then go all the way to Deer Valley. It's just an extra couple minutes. Here's Phoenix Sky Harbor. Deer Valley is not too far from there. Would love to see some stalls. Oof. Scatty. All right. Let's see if I can tune the center. Why does it say my COM 2 radio is off? Yeah. COM 1. COM 2 is on. VMC demo and explanation. Yeah. No thanks. We did that in the 310, didn't we? What did we do the VMC demo in? Was that the 310 and we spun it into the ground? Cyclone, yeah. Sorry, I was just chugging some coffee, man. I have the F28 update as well. Let me show you guys this juicy screenshot. Actually, I already posted it in the Discord. So I came to the office to set up for an F28 stream. And then the Dukes dropped. And I was like, or excuse me, Bonanza Baron. And I was like, yes, please, but...
Albuquerque Center, WestJet 1323, flight level 27.
Look at that. I was doing a test flight into DCA. F28 has got me hyped for the F70, F100 too, but love that airplane.
Flight level 360, WestJet 1323.
I'll turn the volume down on this guy here. All right, arriving at waypoint. All right, so we'll do some. Looks like the overall consensus is stay in the pattern. Yeah, Sean, I think it was the 310. The 310 is where we crashed. We did a VMC demo and crashed. So we didn't. So that if you crash a VMC demo, are you actually doing a VMC demo, or are you doing a? I guess that would be a VMC actual. Did a VMC actual. Let's do a Magic Barrel ref update, and we're gonna go ahead and reset that. And I'm gonna turn the autopilot off. We're just gonna hand fly into Cez here once we get her spotted. There she is. What's the field elevation down there? Just to remind myself. Field elevation 4831, so 58 will be 1,000 foot. So I'm gonna set 5,800 feet as a reference. Autopilot's coming off. Was that a trim? Whoo, buddy. Always hand the airplane, always hand the autopilot a trimmed airplane. I thought we did. Oh, but you know what? I think we kind of messed up because of the vertical speed node. Maybe that was it. All right. How are the sounds for you guys? Is it still too drony or too realistic? I'm going to increase my noise canceling just a little bit. But is that too quiet? I can't tell if that's too quiet or not. We're going to rock this sound right here. All right, we're going to start trickling down. Let's pull out our checklist. Cruise descent. checklist situation. Cowl flaps closed, throttle reduced, mixture enriched, and performance monitor. Cylinder head temp 116C minimum. Did I miss anything important in the cruise? Look, lean of peak or rich of peak, wingnut. In the checklist, lean of peak or rich of peak. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know why it was so drony? We left the props at 2,500. You can, and it's in the manual cruise at 2,500. I always thought it just sounded better when you brought them back to like 24, 2,300. A little bit more quiet. All right, I'm going to set myself up here for an extended entry. If I get my noise panel over here to stop falling on my head, that'd be great. Fly the Bonanza out of Johnson Creek in Idaho, juicy backcountry gas. Okay, so wingnut, I can do that. Where's an airport that's close to there that we could fly to? If we go out of Johnson Creek, what's the ICAO and where should I go from there? How far is that from Coeur d'Alene? Oh, look at this. This is what I love. Desert flying with so clouds in the desert are pretty rare, at least in Arizona. But there is nothing more scenic than flying over the desert with rain clouds and the sun setting. It's spectacular. All right, we're setting ourselves up here. Set about 120 being extended left base into says 10 miles out. We'll be on a 10-mile final. That's looking good. We'll enriching here just a tad as we go down. So 116 minimum. I'm going to kill the flight directors. 116 minimum on the cylinder head temp, huh? Okay, so basically, yeah, where the green band starts. That's GA 101. Is it in the green? You're good to go. I think I seriously might have a headset problem, though, because I feel like my headset volumes are not equal. It started with the 340, and then you guys said that the 340 had a sound bug. You can play... I love tapping on those. Yeah, there's no turbochargers on this, so yeah, I don't think you need to stage cool these engines. But Wingnut said that it depends on who's doing the maintenance. Listen, you're not gonna any high performance piston in any piston engine. If you own an airplane, airplanes are expensive. You're not gonna be ripping the throttles up and down, you know, just because it doesn't have a turbocharger. You're gonna baby your airplane. Because in the off chance that being a little bit gentler and planning your descent a little bit more saves you $10,000 on an overhaul, you're going to take that option. All right, coming around. Hopefully it's smoother down here than it was in Bryce Canyon. 160 knots. Look at I love the like you can, the little shadow under the needle. It's very three-dimensional, 3D looking. I love that. Sometimes you get in panels. Now, I will say the Aerostar, they've updated this, but remember when the Aerostar first released and I was like, man, the glass is all kind of weird. Now, for some devs, they leave it like that. Now, Aerostar did fix it, so props to them. But sometimes, like, I think the 310 panel is a little bit flat looking, to be honest with you. This panel is great. Look at the smudge on the glass. You know what would be funny is if you could increase smudges every time you tapped on the glass. 10K, you flying a lawnmower? 70K. Yeah, there you go. That's right. My bad. 70K. Listen, I'm a Temu pilot. I don't know what it costs to own one. I've never been. I looked up Turbine Bonanza. I looked up a Turbine Bonanza in Controller magazine last night. It's like, for a low price of $160,000, here's one that's 50 years old and has 20,000 cycles on it. It's like, yep, not in my wheelhouse. All right, we're got a long extended final there. I overshot. Oh, look at the reflection on the. Whoa, it is bumpy. All right, so I'm going to turn that all the way down just for some ambiance. We'll increase that one click. All right, here we go. props are going to stay at 2,500 for touch and goes. Mixtures, I think we're going to just leave where they're at. Power's coming back. Oh, I should have turned prop sync off. You always turn the prop sync off before you start moving, coming down, I think. All right. It may not be the best time for touch and goes, but we'll do at least one. I'm gonna turn the headset off so I can hear the engines better. Oops. There we go. Oh boy. All right, here we go. Throw the gear. We'll do flaps approach. We're gonna do 1 notch of flaps for touch and goes. The wind is definitely not calm. Yeah, look at this crab angle. We got more wind going on here than anticipated. Props are coming full forward now. Are the fuel pumps supposed to be on? Probably. Yeah, we got a crosswind from the right. Look at that windsock blowing around. Hold it off. Remember, we're just doing a touch and go. Ooh. Okay, well, we got to put it down at some point there, Chief. Oh, that was a butter. That was a greaser. Except we floated it out like Wingnut does. Positive rate, gear up. Lower that nose a little bit. Looking for 100 knots. Flaps are coming up. Tell you what, since we're in the pattern, let's go ahead and turn on the taxi landing lights. We'll go boost pumps to low. Starting our left turn downwind. Or are we upwind leg or departure leg? Now we're in the crosswind. Sedona right traffic? I probably should have looked that up before we made a left turn. I think Sedona might be right traffic. We don't need all that power. Bring props back. 5,800 feet. I think Sedona's right traffic. For runway 3. Pretty sure, if my memory serves me right. And 5,800 seems low. Look at that, we're out here on a 777 pattern. Look how far we are on the downwind. This used to trigger me when I was an instructor. 17-mile downwind. Touchdown zone. Power's coming back. Flaps approach, we're below 160. Gear's coming down. Oh, wait. Oh, so you need gear before approach flaps on the Baron? Alright. Start the turn. We're going to keep this one in tight. We'll see if we can do one more touch and go. Keep it in the touchdown zone this time. I'm going to try full flap landing on this one, even though it's gusty. Look at the flex in the wing. Golly, I love this airplane already. But I don't know if you can tell, but it's so much more manageable than the Duke in a way, and it has to do with the performance. Like, because you have less performance than the Duke, you have a little bit more time to react, if that makes sense, in certain situations. Look at this friggin' wind, though. My goodness. All right, props are up, mixtures are up. I mean, we must have a 20-knot wind right here, because insanity. Those pappies are a little bit off too. They're further down the runway, real life. So we'll ignore the pappies. Alright, we got our full flaps gear down. Props are forward. Here we go. Let's see if we can put this one on the markers. Let's test it. Oh, I just missed it. Oh my gosh. Look at the crosswind. Look at the crosswind on that flag. Flaps approach. One more. That was ugly. It says 180 at 6, but I promise you it's not. Look, the flag is almost full out. Look at the input I have to put there to keep the airplane straight. We'll level it out. All right, gears up we go. One more. 100 knots, flaps up. And let's start the turn. Crosswind. I'm going to do this one. I'm going to try to stay inside the cockpit here. Alright, there's our crosswind leg. Up we go. 300 feet to level off. Don't need all that power now. 2,500 on the props. See how like you just pull a little bit of power off and the airplane immediately starts to level? The Duke, you really gotta be jockeying the throttles because there's just so much more power. Maybe stop flaring in the flight levels. Listen, I'm nervous, man. I gotta flare at 100 feet. Start the flare at 100 feet. I don't know how to flare a Baron. Alright, here we go. 5,800 feet. I don't want to be ripping here on the downwind. Pull the power off a little bit. There we go. We're looking good now. A little bit tighter. Fuel caps, right? There's a touchdown zone. Power's coming back. I'm going to try this one more time. Flaps approach. Okay, yeah, you can go flaps approach without the gear. That was a throttle position. Yeah, see, that's the throttle position. There's the gear up light. That's the throttle position. Okay, it's like, why is the sound coming on with the, All right, we're good now. We're good. In the base turn here, we'll throw the gear down. Cowls are at half right now. Oh my gosh, and we're getting hot. Open them. There, the cowls are closed completely. Look at the EGTs. Thank you, whoever said that. Yeah, it's easier to manage. As we smoke both engines. All right. So I'm gonna go strictly for the aiming markers this time. We're gonna try to treat it like a short field landing technique. I'm not gonna try to butter it. We're gonna pretend this is a short field landing practice. We're gonna go right for the markers again. Overshot that runway. It's alright, the wind will take us over there. Gonna come in a little bit slower, 90-ish knots. I'm gonna try to drop it right on the markers. Speed. Whoa. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, here we go. Full stop, next landing. Here we go. Flaps approach. Power it up. Here we go. Last one, full stop. That's the one I wanted. Would have aimed into the wind. 100 knots, flaps are coming up. In the turn. We're getting it now. Oh yeah, Joey, I agree. All right. Headphone simulation back on. I'm going to go headphones on, but slightly muffled. I like hearing the engines. It kind of gives me, you know, that we talked about that. If you can't feel the acceleration and deceleration, sometimes the sound's what you need. 2,500, 5,800 feet, on speed, on downwind. All right, last one, full stop. So let's go for the butter on this one. Remember, we don't have to land in the touchdown zone. We have to, it's your own airport, your own airplane. We can float it out for the butter if we want to. There is no, what's it called? The tattletale mode on this airplane. FOQA. With the ground friction model in 2020, you'd have been down the hill already. Oh, yeah. Oh, we flew past our aiming point there. Turn it in. Here we go. Last one, full stop. Pattern work, you really need to have track IR. So I kind of bind this view like this, so I can see as I make the turn here. I mean, it's crazy just feeling that wind blow you over. That's great. All right, full flaps, 100 knots. Props are up, mixture's up, gear is down. Ignore the pappies. Let's go for the butter on this one. But first third of the runway still. 90 knots seems to be a little bit more of the ticket here. Straighten it out, straighten it out. Oh my gosh, we dragged it on. Did you hear that? We dragged those tires on. Oh my goodness. We'll take the next one. It wasn't even a chirp, it was like a slow drag. That's the feeling and the sound you're looking for, GA. Alright, we'll go to another one. Lean, 1,000 RPM. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sedona. I might reboot the sim here too, just a little bit of stutter going on. Oh, you know what? I got friggin' Steam on in the background still. I installed Steam and it's on auto start and it's downloading something. That's why. Hopefully the stream wasn't dropping frames. It's downloading an update for something on Steam right now. Alright, we did some pattern work. 1,000 RPM, cow flaps are open, mixtures are back, flaps are up, trim. I'll reset you to the green band there. That looks good. We'll go ahead and kill the nav lights. We'll kill the avionics master. They got a bounce house at the restaurant? They got a bounce house. Where's AJ at? He loves bouncy houses. Alright, let's walk over there and get ourselves some ceviche. And we'll get in a Turbinero next. Or excuse me, Bonanza. Steers wonderfully. Jet parking only. Alright, well let's go front row seats then. I want to go see that bounce house. Jeff says, very impressed with the airplane. Thank you for the showcase. Absolutely, man. And if you hang out another minute, I'll show you. I'm going to go into the main menu. I'll show you all the different option ones you get, and the bonanza as well. But Jeff, did you get the YS11 yet? Did you get the YS11 yet? I want a Jeff YS11 video. I got to go to this bounce house, though, real quick. Hold on. This is not the airport where I met her. This is the airport I took her to our first date. I flew her up from Deer Valley in a Piper Arrow. And I told her I had to go around because of something benign, but it was because the crosswind was so strong, and I was like, nope, I got to go around. But I didn't tell her that. I said, oh, yeah, there's somebody in the traffic. We're going to go around. I rolled out on final, the opposite of 3. Whatever run we were just landing on was a 2-1, the other side. And, yeah, it was like a 28-knot direct crosswind. I'm like, we screwed this one up. 28 knots in a Piper Arrow is a lot. All right, 1,000 RPM. Avionics is off. Oh, I should have turned those off. You can hear the gyro start spooling down. Left alternator, right alternator, magnetos, beacons off, panel lights are off. Oh, vent blower should have been off. That's my bad. Vent blower is off. Battery switch is off. Let's go get some ceviche. All right. We'll open up the cargo door. Listen to the engine ticking. Love that little detail. Pop the cowling there. All right. Where's the entrance to this place? Can you walk through the gate? No. Through here? How do you get in there? Barry's hungry. They take perimeter fencing to a whole new level. They won't even let me go see the... Is there no gate on this side? Chat, we're cooked. We can't get to the restaurant. We are cooked. I'm not running around the whole airport to go into the restaurant, so I guess we got to go, yeah, the fence goes all the way around. Need to go prone. All right. I guess Barry's going back to the airplane. All right. You can still hear the gyro spooling down. Isn't that cool? Hanging the keys there because the nose baggage is open. All right, so that is the Baron 58 non-pressurized. Douglas Phillips, thank you for the $25 super chat, my man. I appreciate you. V1, the streams are always awesome. New career chapter sounds like the next great V1 chapter. Every time I watch a stream, I learn something new. Thank you. Douglas Phillips, thank you so much for the $25 super chat and also for your support over the years that you've been a member of the channel, man. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, new chapter is on the horizon, and I got a little surprise coming on Friday. Hopefully we'll have time to stream it. But let's take a look now at the other aircraft that you get with the pre-release showcase. Oh, real quick, let's look at, I want to look at Volanta. I want to see my track. Oh, yeah, look at this. Look at our pattern work. So if you're not on the vertical stream, our last landing was 67 feet per minute. 67 feet per minute. We had a couple. Oh, it recorded a 5 foot per minute, a 34, and a 67 foot per minute landing, all on the vertical stream. And you could see, if you're on the vertical, you can also see the pattern work we did there. So I mean, okay pattern work, but not the best. And look, this is where you can see the wind effects here in play. So we had a wind from the right. So as I was making a turn, our ground speed is going to be faster as we're in the base leg, right? So as we're in the base leg, we're faster on the turn. We're going to have a wider radius, so you need more bank angle. That's a Temu pilot me right there. I should have done better. On the downwind, had a nice correction to stay pretty much on the downwind. Again, cheating on the downwind. Just look at your wings, right? Put the runway on the fuel cap or halfway down the wing spar, whatever it is, and keep it there. That way you'll be parallel each time. There's one of them there. You can see the wind blew us way off. And then, this is cool. The effects of the wind at the opposite side here. As we go base to final, we're fighting a headwind, right? So our ground speed is going to be slower, which means our radius of turn is going to be greater. So we have these tighter turns, so I actually need less bank. You can see I had one that we overshot just a tad there. But that's a traffic pattern with wind correction. And all pretty consistent in perfect world. You want all of these patterns on top of each other. If you want to get better at landing, you want to make sure your traffic patterns are consistent. That is step one. All right. Don't worry about anything else. Just make sure your traffic patterns are consistent. Volanta does a wonderful job showing us all this information. So that's over on the vertical stream if you were checking that out. I encourage you to pull it up on your phone every now and then just to kind of see when we do our debriefs. It's good. It's easier for me to just do that than do it on the overlay. All right. So now we're going to table this airplane, and let's go into the menu and see what else we got juice-wise. Yeah. I'm a little disappointed that we couldn't go to the bounce house. All right, so Baron Professional. So we have the Baron Professional. That's the one we flew today, B-58. There is a B-58TC turbo. Is that turbocharged? And a pressurized. Let me load in real quick out of just let's load into all three of them really quick, and then we're going to go to the Bonanza. What was Johnson Creek? Someone Johnson something? There's probably 100 Johnson Creeks. Johnson Field, Yellow Pine. This looks close enough. Let's just load up here. Oh, 3 Uniform 2. Oh, look, I picked the right one by accident. Johnson Creek. We're going to load into the ramp here. We're not going to fly these because I don't have them bound up, although I can just switch my Duke profile over. Man, this is a turbocharged one. We got to fly this one. We flew the old aspirated. That's all right. Well, they're both aspirated, but non-turbocharged. Ooh, we got winglets on this one. Can we do winglets off? Oh, we loaded in on the runway. That's why we're all jacked up here. It's shutting. It's trying to start because we loaded in on the runway. Hold on. Watch this. This is why 2024 2024 control system is better. So I'm in a new airplane, right? Watch how easy this is. Instead of binding everything, I just flip this over to my Duke piston because I run the exact same thing. Where's she at? Duke piston profile, crosswinds stay the same. Don't need that. For the yoke, Duke piston. That's all we're rocking, and we're done. Saving back. Everything is configured now. But we tried to start hot on the runway, so that's why it's doing that. I tried to start over here on the GA small. There we go. So we're not trying to start up. This one is 325 horsepower. Is that it? That's crazy. All right. So I want to see. This one has, I think, dynamic registration flags going on here. But yeah, you see this? See, to me, this isn't Baron because I need that big scoop on the top. Right? Let's hop in real quick. Nice panel in here. Everything looks the same. Let's go to the configuration here. Let's mess with this. Show force winglets regardless of type. Ah! See? There we go. No winglets. Me likey. I like that. Now the scoop is on the side, which, I mean, that's still pretty cool. But the whole lot of 10 hours of flight time that I have had the scoop on the top. But I guess that's for the turbocharger, right? So for the turbocharger, that's on the side. Very cool. All right, let's take a look at the pressurized Baron real quick. So that is, I got a lot of Blacksquare stuff. So Baron turbocharged, and let's go to this one, configure. Liveries, so you got a bunch of different liveries. All right, variant is, there's no variant, so it's just different liveries. What I can do real quick here is we'll just throw the controls on it. Bravo throttle quadrant. Twin piston. I'm just going to do Duke piston. Duke piston. Yoke. Duke piston. Done. Let's load into this one real quick. What do you say? 3 Uniform 2. Johnson Creek, Yellow Pine. I think Half Moon Bay is more scenic than Johnson Creek here. I want live flight conditions. Alright, we are at the GA ramp. How come I don't use Track IR equivalent for landing? For streaming, I don't use it. I don't like watching Track IR for streaming. There's only one streamer that does it right, and that's Captain Canada, because he's very minimal with what he's looking at, and he's pausing it all the time. That takes skill to be able to know when to pause it, because for your eyes, it's natural, but for a viewer experience, it can be kind of shifty, and it can... I don't know. I don't personally enjoy watching people fly with Track IR, because it kind of hurts my eyes. So I don't do it when I'm streaming, but I used to use it all the time. But that's really the only reason. Track IR is definitely something that you would want to have, especially doing GA. Wow, look at that background. Good night. All right, so this is a pressurized bearing. So scoops are on the side there. Intakes are on the side. That looks good. All right, let's hop inside. I'm going to take the winglets off because bearings... Ooh! We have a gray panel. That is cool. Wow, look at the floor down here. Let's take the winglet off. There we go. That's pretty slick. Pressure is... Where are the pressurization controls? I don't know how to work a pressurized bearing. Right here. So same old like Beach C90 King Air style pressurization system. Cabin pressure, dump, door seal. So then you would pressurize, I guess, and then there's also, I saw... Oh, I didn't set my camera view. If you go to cabin, I bet there's a pressure... Yep, door seals, because you got to get the door seals to close. Oh, look, there they are. Look at that. Is that the door seal, or is that just how they... That might just be part of the... That just being part of it. But yeah, there's the door seal thing with the pressurized bearing. Very cool. What's over here? Let's open up... What is this? Emergency exit. Unlocked lock. Okay, cool. This... Maybe that is part of the pressurization. I'd have to look. I don't remember this trim being in the non-pressurized bearing. I think that is it. Well, very cool. So those are your bearing types. Do the emergency windows open? Where are they at? Is that this part right here? No, I don't believe you can open these. Emergency exit, pull cover, rotate handle up, braking safety wire. So it's behind here, I would imagine. Yeah, I can't click it. Why would you want to open that? Actually would be pretty cool, though. Bust open the emergency window. That would be pretty cool. Alright. Got the seat pins there. Those are... So this is actually a very important piece, the seat pin, right? So your seat doesn't slide off the frickin' track. Ooh, night mode. Alright. I mean, should we take the turbine out of here? Where could we fly from here? Sam F is in the chat. Sam, dude, I'm not going to say anything publicly because I don't know if you want me to say it, but just congratulations, dude. I'm so happy for you, man. And I'm so bummed. You probably wouldn't have wanted to go get food anyway because you're probably stressing the day before. But I wanted to at least come down and see you while you're at the airport. I totally spaced. But congratulations, man. And I look forward to seeing more of you, all right, on the line. Very cool, man. All right. KSZT. Sandpoint. That looks mid. So we either fly Sandpoint. Let me look on Sky Vector. We're either going to look at... we're either going to do that. KSZT 3 Uniform Tango. That's 200 miles. Or we depart Half Moon Bay California and go south to what's that? What's the fly-in we used to do, guys? What's the name of that little mountain airport? Oh my gosh, where we used to fly, not Big Bear. Not Santa. Kern Valley. Kern Valley. Yeah, what's Kern Valley's ICAO? Lima something? Let me see. Kern Valley. Lima 02. Thank you, whoever said that. Thank you, AJ. Oh, it won't. Lima 0. It won't pull up. On SkyVector. That's mid. Why won't it pull up? Alright, so it's either the Kern Valley fly-in or Lima 05, maybe? Yeah, Lima 05. The same mileage. Alright, I'm going to put the poll in chat, and then I'm going to load up the airplane. Oh, looks like we're doing Turbine Bonanza, so now it's Idaho flight or Half Moon Bay to Kern Valley. And while you vote, I'm going to show you the bonanzas. All right. Bonanza. Here we go. A36 Bonanza, A36 Turbine Bonanza, Blacksquare A36 turbocharged Bonanza. Ooh. All right, let's start. Let's look at all of them first. I think we're gonna fly the turbine because that's just sweet. But wow, I haven't set these profiles up. Let me do the profile real quick on the controls. So we'll do. I'm just gonna put them as the Duke. It'll be all right. Just have one dead throttle. Duke piston, yoke, Duke piston, save and back. And it looks like Half Moon Bay and Kern Valley are winning. So let's load into Kern Valley, make sure the weather is suitable first while we look at this airplane, and then we will load into the other two. $65 for the bundled pack. Correct, Phoenix Galaxy. $65. You like the spelling? I did that on purpose. All right. Now this is my first look at this one because I was messing around with the turbine, so I'm sure everything else is the same as far as, you know, functionality of the pre-flight. What a model, though. I mean, that's a sporty little airplane. Bonanza is a good-looking airplane, man. I mean, all of Beechcraft, to be honest with you. Name a beach airplane that's ugly. I don't really think I can think of one. I don't think I can think of an ugly Beechcraft. All right, let's hop into the pit. All right, I'm gonna save a view here. Ooh, I do like the old school view of a single engine piston right there off the nose. I mean, nice cockpit. The white, famous white yoke. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's got the two. Yeah, so it feels the throttle. Even though you have one engine, Beechcraft has the double grip there. I like that. And then just one prop and mixture. So pretty much half of everything we just saw. So I think we're going to fly the turbine because this is half of what we just flew. But very cool. Love it. Windows open. Beautiful texture and model work. I mean, another little panel back here. Open up this door. We got the chocks we could throw on. Here's our placard. Minimum structural capacity. Not suitable for wing nut. So, I mean, there's 6, so you could take 4, 5, you could take 6 people in this. So I could put my family in this, but someone would have to sit up front and single engine. I don't know if I want to put my whole family on a single engine. All right. The 1900D, yes, the bubble one is ugly. You're right. The 1900D is ugly. You're absolutely right. But here's the thing. The 1900 that doesn't have the passenger cabin, the skinnier one, is not ugly. It's actually one mean-looking machine. But I agree. Okay, so we agree. We found one ugly beach. All right, so that's that one. Let's look at the other bonanza. Let's look at the turbocharged, and we'll start the turbocharged one up. All right, we'll start it up, and then we will fly the turbine. Now the one thing I would, well, I guess there's no way to tell. I wish these were drop-down menus, you know. Oh, that's Throttletek. Oops. There we go. All right, we'll start this one up. Yeah, well, I mean, they'd fit right now because they're 6'4", 2, and like 1, or not even 1. So yeah, they could fit now, but you're absolutely right. There's no way when they get older. Now, I don't know. What do you guys like better? Do you like the the tip tank out there? Are these fuel tanks or cargo? What goes in here? Anything? It's not a fuel tank, right? Or is it a fuel tank? It doesn't look like it's a fuel tank. I've never been in a turbocharged bonanza. Are these tip tanks for real? But I guess they're connected to the main bladder, right? Because there is no fuel. So the like the Lears with the tip tanks and everything, they all have fuel caps on the tip tank. This must be, it must be connected to the main bladder. I do like the look of the tip tank though, man. Oh, the doors are where the filler. Okay, so this is just like it's just a different look for the fuel cap. So there's another fuel cap there. I bet we could see on the iPad maybe. I do like I mean, to me, I like the look of that one better than the straight wing, like no tip tank bonanza. Beautiful model. Let's hop in. Let's fire this one up at least. All right, so we'll just we'll close that. We'll open the windows. We'll open the door. I can't stand looking at a massive Garmin 750, so let's just do this. Anti-glass. This is very confidence inspiring. Our pilot is learning the systems before flying. Oh man. All right. I don't see if there's anything different. So you can toggle tip types regardless of type. So we have tip tanks on. You can actually take them off then, I guess. Okay. So look, you get the option. All right, cool. Thought of everything. So look at, oh yeah, look here. Tip tank fuel. Or no, it's bladder fuel, I guess. It must be bladder fuel. All right, we want tip tanks, though. All right. Let's chalk it so we don't go anywhere. All right, we're going to fire it up. We're just having fun. Let's do night. Actually, we'll save night for the turbine. We'll do our turbine flight at sunset into nighttime. All right, so nav, a beacon light is coming on, and fuel pump. Does it go high? I think it goes high. There we go. 2, 3, yeah, that should be good. That should be good. Crack the throttle. All right, let's do a startup. Which mixture is it? It's this one. Yeah, because I have 2 right now. Oh. Oh. I've been spot on with 1,000 RPM position on both starts. Listen to the sound of the headset kicking on. Set the time a little bit further on. All right, we're going to do an engine run. Wait, where's ours? Well, our temps are not in the green yet, but... Oh, you want to see the yoke cam? Want to see it shaking? Yeah, we may not. Might not see it now. Look at the yoke blowing back. The elevator. Okay, that's pretty sick. That is pretty sick. Take my money. So, yeah, that is pretty good. That is pretty good, man. All right, let's fly the turbine. Let's take a quick break. We'll get the turbine loaded up. What did you guys vote for? Half Moon Bay to Kern Valley. I'm surprised you guys want to see Kern Valley again. All right. Let's do it. How about we do Idaho tomorrow? I know Luke is going to have a conniption. We'll do Idaho tomorrow, Luke, just for you, all right? But I kind of like flying places that I know for the first time I fly an airplane, right? It's going to be our first flight together. So I kind of want to fly it somewhere I know. Mid-California, lame? Really? Well, where else can we fly the turbine, dude? I mean, the only reason I'm going California is because of the scenery, man. Idaho, Idaho. Miss V1, you be the judge. Our next flight, are we gonna fly Half Moon Bay to Kern Valley in California, or do we fly somewhere brand new in Idaho? Miss V1 is the final say. I voted Idaho because it was spelled wrong. Well, obviously. How about Idaho flight with the B-25s and the B-52s playing in the background? All right. Well, I guess she said Idaho. All right. She's the hoe, so let's go ahead and fly to Idaho. What was the route again? I'm going to restart my sim. I'm going to put up the Be Right Back screen for just a few minutes. Stand up. It was Uniform Lima. What was it? 3 Uniform 2 and SZT. 3 Uniform 2 Johnson Creek. What's Coeur d'Alene ICAO? Coeur d'Alene's ICAO is CO. Is it COE? KCOE? Yes. Okay, so we can do Coeur d'Alene. Let's do Coeur d'Alene instead of wherever Wingnut wanted us to go. Let's do Coeur d'Alene. All right. So we're going to go 3 uniform 2 to KCOE. I'll pin that here. And I tell you what, I will put on multiplayer if you want to fly along. Just stay out of the way. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up the countdown screen because we're going to do a quick intermission, a couple minutes, and I will be right back. So let me get this set up here, and then we are flying the Turbine. The Turbine Bonanza. So I'm going to set my timer up here. All right, boarding screen's coming on. Let me get my snaz going on there. All right, it says 5 minutes. I'm not going to see if it's going to take the full 5 minutes or not. I'm going to do a quick reboot of the sim, just so everything's fresh, because I had Steam running in the background. So some funk on for you. All right, I'll be right back. See you guys after the break.
But you can never walk alone on your way to being free. We're only you. We're only you. But you can never walk alone on your way to being free. We're only you. We're only you. We're only you. But you can never walk alone.
On the way to being free.
We're only you. But you can never walk alone on your way to being free. We're only you. We're only you. But you can never walk alone on your way to being free.
All right. Hold on, I'm almost ready. Almost ready, chat. New flight. I wanted to get a new flight going here.
On the way to being free.
All right. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Turbine Bonanza. How many times am I going to say Arrow or Duke? This is the TBM we have at home, chat. The TBM we have at home. The upcoming Turbine Bonanza. Oh, I have Dynamic Reg on, which I don't want to have on. That's that flicker on the wingtip. We're going to turn the winglets off, but we're rocking the Cowboys colors on this one. So let's, real quick, before we do our walk around, let's go options. We're going to turn off, force toggle off winglets. Beautiful. All right. And let's go ahead and hop out and do a little pre-flight. We'll open up the doors. This is going to be spicy. Let me I got to reconnect my yoke since I rebooted the sim. And I need to exit that, and boot. Reconnected. Connected. All right. I'm going to have to make a custom profile for this because I'm using my Duke profiles, but because it's a little bit slower, I need to increase the force just a little bit at slower speeds here because I think it'd be just a tad heavier on the controls than it is in its current regime. But this right here is one of the coolest looking airplanes. Extremely rare airplane too, mind you. But a PT6 conversion here of the Bonanza. Look at that. I mean, that is just awesome. What I kind of want to do, I know I did live players live time, but I kind of want to run this forward. You know? I don't think there's going to be anybody flying around with us. So if there's nobody flying around on multiplayer, we might as well run the sim time forward just a tad so we can kind of see the lighting conditions. I think that's what we're going to do. Two-Tone Murphy, what's up, my man? Dude, I was listening. So I was driving as fast as I could. Good to see you, man. I was driving as fast as I could to my HQ to start streaming this thing because I saw you flying them. I'm like, yep, Gotta have it. Gotta fly it. Nice job, man. Nice to see you here, by the way, too, dude. All right. I'm going to run the sim time first. That's 5 p.m. local in Idaho right now. It's actually 5. It's 5:23 local. So, yeah. I'm going to make it just past. There we go. So the shadows are going to start getting long. There we go. A beautiful bird indeed, though. A beautiful bird. PT6A21. This is 500 horse. Is this a 500 horsepower option? Let me pull out the manual right now before we get going. Because I need to... No way, this is a 500 horsepower version? No way. Let's see. Blacksquare. Bonanza. Pro. Manuals. Bonanza Professional, what's new? I'm pulling this out, so I'll have it ready to go over with you in the cruise. We'll do a little bit of a flight plan right here. Turbine Bonanza, A36 Turbine Bonanza systems and advanced turboprop features. We'll go over the whole list there. I just was wondering what engine. Is it really a Dash 49 variant? We got to figure out what variant is in there, but either way, that's a lot of power. A lot of power. All right, let's get it. I tell you what, it's so nice out here. Why don't we do a little flight planning on the wing? So we'll come over here. This is Wingnut's backyard. We'll get our iPad out and we'll do a little flight planning. So I'm gonna come here to the wing. This is where most guys do their flight planning, right? We'll get our EFB out and flight planner. Actually, let's just do it in I kind of like using the default one because I don't get that stutter that I get when I use the Navigraph app. I love Navigraph and I like having it on my own iPad, but when I leave the Navigraph app up and then I toggle this EFB, I get a little bit of a stutter. All right, so this is going to be our flight. It's 181 miles, so we'll keep that in mind. And no en route waypoints. We're going to... Is this thing pressurized? I don't even know if this thing is pressurized, so we're going to stay low. Let's take a look at the wind condition here. The weather right now in the METAR, closest METAR anyway, is 250 at 710 miles. Runways available 35 and 17, so we want to recommend 17. Oh, we got a 4-knot tailwind. We got PT6 though. The PW listed is a PT6A-21. Wow. All right. So we'll plan for 17. I think we could probably take off with a 15-knot tailwind with this friggin' engine though. And as far as our flight plan, we'll rock a 530 Garmin unit in this one because you're not going to have a turbine conversion and not use some type of Garmin device, I'm sure. Weather radar is on. Winds, air mitts and segment. Are these not enabled yet? Okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll fly. This is going to be interesting with the mountains I'm looking at out off the nose there. Let's pull up the actual. I hate to do it, but let's do it here. We're going to pull it up anyway for flight planning purposes. We'll unload that. We'll just manually do it. New flight. 3, Uniform 2, Johnson Creek. And destination, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And this will just give us an idea. So we'll take 17 down the valley, and eventually we'll pick up a DNJ, radial outbound maybe. No, we don't need to do that. We'll take off 17 down the valley. We'll climb like a homesick angel. We'll turn around and head north. This is all pretty low, 6,000, 6,000. The highest stuff is where we're at right here, 9.5, 9.7, 9.2. So we're going to climb fast, down the valley, then we'll make a right 180. Maybe we could fly over this lake. What's this here? Cascade. Maybe we'll fly, we'll look for this visual reference point here. We'll look for Lake Cascade, and then if we hit that, we know we've gone too far. So we'll fly south, turn around, look for this off the left wing, and just beeline it northbound. There's no crazy airspace or anything we need to worry about in here. No restricted areas. Looks like we'll be going over the town of Lewiston. Continuing north, Coeur d'Alene. And not to be confused with Spokane. We don't want to land there. So, all right. Pretty simple. We're going to be VFR. And I'm going to try to hide this again. I'm going to like just go flight planner mode, or like maybe go aircraft checklist mode. Maybe this will prevent that stutter from happening. So the shadows has fallen. Look at that. That's beautiful. Hold on. One more picture real quick. Oh, I just hit my head. Come around here real quick. We got to take a screenshot of that. Look at that. Screenshot. Absolutely awesome. Shift C, drone cam. One more. Let me get it just right. Just right. Oh, actually, that's a cool shot right there. Top down. Done. All right. Let's go to work. Or shall we say, let's have fun. I suspect we'll be around 6,000 feet in 2 minutes after rotation. I expect that too. I expect that too. I expect us to be rocking pretty good. All right, so that's forward. We've got the little reverse beta thing here. So I'm going to put that in the idle detan. We're idle forward. I got to take the prop lever off that I'm not going to use since we're single engine. So just going to see me. That's one we're going to use. So let's put that cut off. Let's pull these two off. All right. So that's idle right about there. Beautiful. Okay. It's a PT6. How hard can it be? We're going to kind of skip through the checklist here initially. Just familiarize myself. So there doesn't appear to be any pressurization systems over here, which is surprising because with all that excess power, you would think you'd pressurize the cabin. But maybe there was no pressurized bonanza. It was just there was no. That's what it is. This is right. Yeah, this isn't a door seal. This is just part of the inside. All right. No pressurization on this one. Cool. Battery switch is coming on. Master will stay off. We've got our generator aft door, instrument air. Oh, we got to close that aft door. Is there a click spot on it? Here's a click spot. There we go. Alright, that should close that light out. So we got instrument air, generator off. That's normal. Let's get the nav light, the beacon lights coming on. We're idle forward, cut off for start. Park brake is set. Are the chocks in the back? I think we pulled the chocks. Did we pull chocks? We did not. We got to pull chocks real quick. Chocks are removed. So looking at... Yeah, so we're only going to be... same speeds as the Baron. All right, we're ready for start. Windows are open. I'm going to make sure my sim sounds are all the way up. I'm not going to say a word. Oh, hold on. We got to configure the avionics and our weight and balance. I should have done this first. Let's take Wingnut. We're going to throw Wingnut in the back. Wingnut and his wife, and then we'll take Turk. Oh, geez, that's too much weight aft. We can't take Turk. Let's put Wingnut and Turk up front. We're in the first row. And we got to get rid of some fuel here. 4,000 pounds, 38.94, almost max. We got plenty of fuel, 2 hours of fuel. I want to move that CG forward just a tad. Let's go right under max. 39.34. I'm just doing this to move our weight up. 39.64. All right, so we got Turk and Wingnut are flying the plane, and their two friends. All right, we're right at max weight. All right, right at max weight coming out of Johnson Creek. This ought to be fun. Let's make sure failures are turned up to 11. All right, those are turned up. And we need a 530. That's perfect. That's what we want. All right, cool. Now we're ready. All right, shh. Let's go ahead and start it up. Where's the start switch? Oh, yeah, they're down here. Wait, is the pump supposed to be on? Engine start checklist. Oil door closed if exceptionally cold. It's not. Where's the oil cooler door? We're going to run out of battery juice. Door seals inflate. Blower, master avionics. Ice on. Ice door on or off. Is that the same thing as the oil cooler door? Is the ice door? Yeah, got it. Boom. Starter, volts, gas, 15% minimum. ITT start, ignition, off. Okay, no fuel pumps required. Cool. It's a PT6. How hard can it be? We'll wait for that door to open. Then we're cranking it. Listen to the sound of that door. All right, here we go. Oh. That's such a smooth rotation at a stop. That's awesome. We're at 11%. 15 minimum. We're sitting up here at almost 5,000 feet. We'll max motor it. Fuel on. Light off. 734 on the temp. ITT's rolling back. 50%. Starter off. Engine stabilized. Ignition off. Generator's on. Hold on, I want to plug my headset in, but still be able to hear it with the window open. All right, we got a good start on number one. Let's go master avionics standby alternator. That's coming online. Let's get the panel light on. Don't need the floodlight right now. Beacon nav, doors are open. Door seals inflate, decelerate. Standby gyro. It's 58 degrees. We don't need any vent blower. I guess the standby gyro is only to be used when it's supposed to be used because we got a light for that. Magic barrel ref is set. Let's set 11.5. Garmin's coming to life. We'll squawk standby for right now. I'll tell you what, since we're sitting here idle, let's do that. Yeah, Ken, there is. Yeah, you can. So you can. I was showing you everyone in the earlier. The headset jacks. You can put your headset on, and then you can adjust the A and R. You could turn it all the way down if you want. But I want to hear it. You know, I want to hear stuff. You know. Oh, listen to this. Hold on. Listen, I'm just gonna pan. I'm gonna pan the camera. Oh my goodness. I'm just testing the beta range. Wow. That sounds better than the Duke, just because maybe there's one of them, and it just, I don't know. It sounds more pronounced. I love it. My goodness. All right, flight plan. All right, here we go. We're going to dial this in here real quick. 3, uniform 2. And we're going to Kilo, Oscar, India. Direct. This is just for situational awareness purposes. We should probably put you in terrain mode. But we can see the terrain right now, so I don't want a big red thing on there. Direct to track roughly is 070. So that's where we need to be headed. We're facing runway 17 right now. So let's go ahead and taxi out there. Let's get the taxi light on. Brakes released. Oh, I need the beta enunciator. Do I have a beta enunciator? No. So this is one thing that I think is really helpful for GA flying if we don't have a proper quadrant. Where is show beta enunciator? Right here. So this is an add-on from Nick at Blacksquare. I think it's genius. Because we don't have an actual hardware range to know when we're in beta, the light will come on when you're in beta, and you hear the click when you're in idle. Because you have a beta range, and then you have a reverse range as well. They are 2 different ranges. All right. So I highly recommend turning that on. That's going to make your taxiing a whole lot easier. All right, we need to spin around. We'll go down there to runway 17. We're going to taxi this from outside view. Or actually, let's try a window to open. Oh my goodness, chat. Wow, she wants to run. Keep the yoke back, right? As we taxi. This might be my new favorite airplane. I mean, I love the Twin Baron, but daggone. Look at it run. Look at it running. It kind of does look like a Super Tucano from the front. Well, that Super Tucano has a PT6. But I know what you mean. Even with the canopy angle. I like how we're mowing, like you can see the tire marks on the grass. All right, we're gonna do a run up. Brakes are set. Let's look at the abbreviated run-up. So all enunciators are extinguished. Lights, weather radar, avionics, cabin desired, run-up checks, brakes, enunciators, fuel pump on. Power lever, we test the governor, 1990, 2000. Fire detector test, generator test, load test, same as what we did earlier. Make sure there's nothing. Ice deflector on. Oil door closed, illumination. Propeller heat, instrument air all green, yoke movement, test all that stuff. Good. So we're not going to do the full run up on that. takeoff, power lever brakes, funnels, autopilot engage. Okay, cool. Max continuous power climb, props 2200 RPM, ice deflector as required. In route climb, 2200, 1100 foot-pounds of torque. Ignition, auto or off. Oil doors closed. Okay, where's the oil door? Ah, it's not the same. Oil door needs to be open on the ground. Ice door is off. So that's our ice deflector. Actually, we should have that on because we're in off-field ops. We got the ice deflector on, and oil door is open now. Okay, we're good. We're cooking with gas now. So, oh, wrong EFB. I wanted to show you this EFB here. Engine, intercooler, inertial separator right here. That's essentially oil cooler right here, and then this is the inert sep. If I turn it off, you can see we're going to get all this. But look, we have 9% intensity of FOD. We want that on. You see these little particulates? That's why we want that on, so these particulates don't get sucked into the engine. All right, right now we're at a 10% FOD intensity, so we're definitely going to keep the ice door on and the oil cooler door full open on the ground and then climb out. All right, engine's at 100%, looking absolutely beautiful. No, ice door is on, oil door is open. Vodka. Oil door pull closed. Oh, push on. Yeah. Thank you. Push on. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Pull to close. Got me backwards. That's why it was in default. Pull to close. It should be open on the ground. That's why it starts you with it closed. There we go. Cool. Defrost. This is all cabin air. That all looks good. Everything else looks fine. Let's do just a quick little run up here. We'll spin the prop up 1800. Someone asked, did we overtemp for start? No, we didn't. Start ITT limitation is right there, just below 1100. This is the normal range ITT. Wants like 1900 something prop, right? Prop cycle. Watch your ears. Cycle the prop. We might actually, where's our boots? Where is our boot prop? No boots? No boots, chat. We don't have boots on this. Instrument air is in the green. Oxygen's in the green. I don't know what the governor button is. Oh, I guess we don't do. Okay, yeah, no governor test on this. Prop governor, where? Yeah, right there. Where? Oh, it's on the. There we go. It's right here. Prop heat test. There's the amps. Let's try that again. Let's come up. Oh, that's what I was looking to do the governor test. See how it stopped? And then it comes up. Alright, that checks. Alright, no boots to test. Everything else works. Generators are working. Alright, yeah, prop de-ice and pitot tubes only. Alexandra Bellini, you're not too... Well, you might be a little bit too late. We already did our first flight in the Baron. Now we're in the Bonanza, and we're going to go Turbine Bonanza flying right now. So that's in standby. We'll go squawk altitude 1200. Lights are coming on. Ooh, a little bit of floodlight, shall we? Is there individual instrument light somewhere? Panel lights, I guess. That's all you get. I was wondering if there's lights for this. It kind of works. All right, here we go. Brakes released. Sync my heading bud here. They're on the bottom right. Oh, yeah, they're over there. I see them. There we go. Just get a little bit of jukes going. Here we go. Yeah, you're not going to hold the brakes on this sucker. Oh, soft field takeoff. I wonder if we should have our flaps down. Flaps down for soft field takeoff. Oh. Fly it up into ground effect. All right. 1100 torque. Up we go. 100 knots. Flaps up. Oh my gosh. Let's see what kind of performance we get. Let's come a little bit right. 110 knots. 3,000 feet a minute. And chat, remember, this is at maximum gross weight. We're at maximum gross weight right now. Oh, we exceeded our torque. Oh, our NP exceedance. We were too quick on the prop. Chat, we've got an exceedance over here. 2229. All right, lower on the nose a little bit now. 130. That's 122 grand. Don't tell Nick. Look at this. Nice little wing flex on this as well. Magic barrel ref update as we climb out here. Remember, we're going to keep climbing southbound. I'm going to keep pitching up. Open 2200 on the prop, which we're just under there now. I got to clear out my engine trend monitor. Let's throw our headset on. Headsets are on. There we go. NG and ITT. All right. Now as we come across the tops of these mountains, start to get a little bit of turbulence. Let's throw the oxygen camos, take her up to 250. Done, wingnut. All right. He wants to go to 25 thou. We have oxygen. Let's do it. 250 is set. I'm going to keep flying on this heading, though. What's the climb speed in this thing? En route climb? Doesn't give me a recommended. What is it? Probably 120. I mean, we could be pitching up more. Look at this. Thank you, Wayne, for the $5 super chat. We'll take her up to 25. We'll see if the oxygen is simulated properly. That means it's going to get cold in here. So in that case, we should have a little Janitrol heater, right? Or no, it's probably not in this. It's probably actual heat. AC, we don't want that. P3 heat. P3, that's what we want. P3 heat, baby. Take some bleed air off. Get those fumes. All right, there's 10,000 feet. We'll kill the taxi landing light. I'm going to get her kind of... She's happy here about 130 knots. So let's go ahead and engage. I want to see if I can... We're going to fly with the vertical speed. So I'm going to go heading, flight director, autopilot engage, vertical speed, arm it. We're going to need more than that. Let's target 1,800 feet per minute. And let's start coming to the right. And right now, we'll close that. Where's our heat? I keep pulling up the wrong. I need to go to cabin controls. Door seals. Oh, chat, we need to seal the doors as well. Door seals inflate. Vent blower on. P3 heat pull on. Yeah, see, cabin temp is cold. Door seal 16 psi. There's our P3 heat. Valve is open. And it should start warming up, allegedly. Ear discomfort is yellow. Is that because we're climbing so fast? Let's come to heading 240. Push that torque up a little bit. Watch that gas gen. We're right at the limit. The NG is right there. Make sure the gauge is not stuck. Yeah, we are right at the limit there, which is good. Prop is just below 2200. ITT 650, we're looking good. I need to open the vent, it's closed still. Defrost. Cabin heat, there we go. Oh, now she's coming, there we go. Cabin heat, pull on. Now it's warming up, watch this. Yep, see the change? Got all the valves open now. Now we're gonna start warming up. Yep, it's warming up. Now we're gonna need to put the oxygen on right now at a 13,000 feet before we black out. Oxygen on. Where is our oxygen level? Oxygen level checker. I can hear it. You hear the oxygen? There's the lake, so we're not going to pass that. Let's keep turning right. I guess we'll squawk 2,000 officially since we're going to be above 18. And we're going to make the turn now all the way around. Hit the... Gotta hit engage. Oh, engage vertical speed mode. There we go. Now we're doing 1,800 feet a minute. Thank you. Yeah, engage vertical speed. I guess we were just at whatever we were pitching for when I engaged it, right? Alright, we're pitching for 1,800 feet per minute now. Torque is dropping off. Run it back up here. Keep running the torque. NG is fine. Right at the... Oh, over temp, damn it. Ah, chat. Forgot my eyes were not looking at the right spot. There's 2. I think we're in a half a mil on this. What's the overhaul for a PT6? We're temp limited, chat, at 1,800 feet a minute. We got to lower the nose. I don't know. It's kind of fun to go at 1,800 feet a minute, though. Direct, enter. Engage, nav. Alright, so we got to overhaul Nick's engine on the first flight. That's not good. $1,700. Oh, geez, that's not right. That's not the right airport. KCOE, Coeur d'Alene, enter. Let's redirect, enter. Nav, engage, 331. We're doing 120 knots, we need to lower the vertical speed. Let's come down to 1,000 feet per minute. Wow. All right, I got to say, nice scenic view, though. I could, you know what? That's a good. Remember, we said the lake's got to be off our left wing. See, we were going to be lake off our tail. Not good pilotage there. Not good pilotage. I should have noticed that. If Blacksquare wasn't a dev, do you think you would have quit Flight Sim by now? Yeah, probably, man. Blacksquare stuff is just so freaking good. Or look at the temp climbing up a little bit. I'm gonna bring it back just a hair. Wait, so 250 is the max, right? Is there a flight level? Oh, this is not certified for known icing here. Not certified for icing. There is our oxygen pressure at thousands. We got plenty of oxygen. We got our cannules on. Is it candles? Cannules? Now it's getting really hot in here. That's all right. We'll kill that. It's gonna come down quickly. Outside air temp is -20, so it's gonna cool off quick. VFR aircraft F190, advise when ready to copy a phone number. We're not VFR. We're IFR now, allegedly. Cannula. Yeah, the cabin's cooking. I got it. All right, so somebody look up PT6A-21 overhaul price, because if you did what we did, real world, that's how much you'd be paying right about now. Okay, notice left tank selected. This takes me back to the Aero days. We got to flip tanks. So we need to select right tank without selecting off tank. So right tank. Now, is it going to be a mouse wheel scroll down or mouse wheel scroll up to get to the right main? Either way, let's turn on the fuel pump. Pump 1 on. Yeah, right main. There we go. And we should start the chrono. That way you know how long you're on each tank. So we're going to burn the right tank selected. And we are passing flight level 2. We're going, what, 25? I think fuel tank pumps have to be on above 20, right? An overhaul for the engine from Digital Merc. We owe $297,000. An overhaul ranges from $297,000 to $405,000, according to Google. See? And that, my friends, is why real world flying is done much more methodical and step by step, and you need to be proficient, and you don't just hop in and fly an airplane for the first time ever and wing it. What's your opinion? Better fly the B60 turbine or the twin Baron? So, travel nerd, the biggest difference I'll tell you right out of the gate is the Baron, because you have now I flew the non-turbocharged version. The regular naturally aspirated non-turbocharged Baron is much more docile. There's a lot less horsepower out there on the wings, so it's a little bit easier to control. It's a little bit easier to control. The Duke is it's a Ferrari. The Duke is a Ferrari all the time. So you just got to kind of pick what you want to do. Man, well, I can't get the cabin under control here. It's all manual. I'm used to the Dukes having automatic heating and environmentals. This is all manually done here. All right, we're doing 1,000 feet per minute. Let's do a cruise climb, 800 feet per minute. Right tank, and I got to see if the pump stays on or off. Ice deflector as required, and oil door closed now. Fuel imbalance, 15 gallons maximum. Oxygen as required. Air conditioning, cabin and heat. I'm trying to performance monitor. Ignition auto or off. What does it say for en route climb for the ignition? Ignition auto or off. We're leaving it off. We're fine. We got plenty of altitude. So prop heat doesn't require. On if less than 4C. So that's pitot heat needs to come on. There's our altitude alert. Alright. We've gone through our checks. This thing outclimbs at 321. I know it, man. Well, geez, think of the, what is the thrust to weight ratio of this, of a turbine bonanza? Hey, 321 only climbs because the Earth is flat, or Earth is curved. Alright, we're getting ready to 250. Man, this is pretty impressive. I'm watching the torque temp there. Matter of fact, I could switch my engine trend monitor. NG, shaft horsepower. High ITT 735. Yeah, we went over. I think it's 700, right? So 35 over. What am I looking for? ITT gauge. There we go. 673. All right, we're leveling at flight level 250 in a bonanza. Pitot heat is on. Oil doors are closed. We'll just set for, we'll put it in rent, since we already damaged it, we might as well run it in rental car mode. So let's go ahead and run that ITT if we've got a little bit more juice to go. Actually, let's bring that prop back a hair. I like 1900, quiet cruising. All right. And I'm going to run this up more. 675, I think, is max continuous. Might have to check the manual. All right, ITT is right at 675. I see the. I'm going to get back to the chat here in just a minute. I'm going to turn on maximum noise canceling. We'll run our ANRs up a little bit more. I'm going to keep the chrono out for fuel imbalance. We're at 5 minutes. And put you back there at 250. We're level. We're cooking. Look at that. Just awesome. Let's come back and save a view back here. This is the TBM we have at home. All right, I'm going to get to all the chat. We'll start chatting, and then we'll go over some of the manual stuff here in a minute. It's weird. I'm used to the PT6, that TBM, having a long nose, but kind of a short, stubby nose. I think the juice view is going to be like right here. I think that's the juice view right there. All right. Confirm V1's a flat earther. Migs, what's up, man? Any issues, or is it perfection? I haven't run into anything. I think it's perfection. I did notice adjusting the fuel flow. Remember, this is all pre-release stuff. It could be ironed out here with before the actual release. I noticed fuel flow jumps on the Baron when I manipulate the mixture. So like it almost like I pulled the mixture and it like jumped forward instead of a smooth transition. That'll probably be, I'm sure it'll be fixed. I don't know if it was maybe a hardware conflict, but that's really the only thing I noticed on my first couple of test flights here. We've done them pretty much all live. I did one test flight in the Baron before going live. This is my first full flight in the Turbine. But I haven't seen anything glaring or any issues yet. If you're running Sim Update 4, dynamic registration is still slightly bugged. You got to be wait for a fix with that. You could turn it off on the EFB though. How long is this flight and cruise? What's up, Nabil? We got 39 minutes to to go. Let's look at our true airspeed. We got a 233 ground speed right now. Outside air temp is minus 35. So let's get a TAS readout. It's minus 35, and we are at 250. Let's check out this TAS, man, in a single engine bonanza. There's a lot of scrolling here. What was our TAS on the Baron at 9,000? We're doing like 170. We're at 250, the maximum at minus 35C. So we're almost 240 true at 233 knot ground speed right now. Freaking sweet. And we've got our oxygen cannulas on. It's 63 in the cabin. That's good enough. Crack it a little bit more. Which one can I open a little more? I'll crack that one just a hair. I know Tutco likes it about 75 degrees, so see if I can warm it up just a tad. But yeah, Mick, so far it's been dang near perfect. Will it be available for 2020? So Wingnut, there is one, I believe, coming to 2020. Let me check. Let me check real quick here. I've got my little spreadsheet. I think they're both. I think it's both coming to both. Yeah. So you can get 2020 or 2024, but obviously they recommend 2024. Uh-oh, we've hit some turbulence. Did we hit turbulence or did I do something? Oh, man. Look at that wing flex. When your bonanza, when your bonanza wing is flexing, ooh, that's loud. When your bonanza's wing is flexing, you know it's bumpy. All right. Yeah, they're both are coming to both, but I would highly recommend 2024. I wanted to see the... All right, let's go over just like we did on the last one. So this is going to be the Bonanza Professional. What's new? All right, we've already done the Baron Professional. I didn't even know this aircraft existed until today. Yeah, dude. Well, real world, this is a very rare airplane. Very rare. The Turbine Bonanza. At least it's not a Piper wing about to come off. That is true, Key 6. That's true. I like flying airliners at 24, but GA shines in the sim. I couldn't agree more, dude. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm a little bit burned out on the tube liner flying right now. I wanted more turboprops. I wanted more pistons. I wanted more GA flying. You know, we did the YS-11 flight. We did the Duke stream yesterday for members. We're doing this now. We're probably going to do more of this weekend for sure. You know what, Douglas? You keep asking about TBM. Or I've seen that come through the chat a couple times from different people, rather, and I do want to get back in the TBM just to see where it's at, what state the TBM is in, because I haven't flown the TBM since 2020, and I know it's got its update for 24. I don't know what's been added to the package as a whole or not, so yeah, we should check out the TBM. To be completely, so what's crazy is, yes, I love all the airplanes we're flying. The TBM is what got me to get a force feedback yoke. The TBM is what got me to do a force feedback yoke flight or buy it, you know. I was trying to find a shot where we could look at everything at once here, but it's kind of hard. There we go. We'll do this wing view here. So I do enjoy the TBM quite a lot, and I want to see what it's doing in 2024. So I'll have to keep that in mind. There are 5 of these on controller.com, ranging from 498,000 to 800,000. Woof. That's yeah. And think of it, it's all engine. Yeah, I know, dude. We're gonna go through through some of the differences here. So this is the new what is new since the analog Bonanza. So if you remember back when Blacksquare first started doing Blacksquare things, we had Blacksquare analog mods, right? So we had analog King Air, analog Baron, analog Bonanza, and then it got real close to the TBM, which was almost completely standalone, and then we had the standalone products start coming out. Then the Dukes, which were still amazing. I mean, the fidelity is the same. Like, you get just as much as you get with the Dukes, you get these with these aircraft. It's just what airplane you want to fly now. But so this is the differences. So if anybody had the analog Bonanza, this is what's going to be different with this package. Remember, if you buy this at the bundle, it's $65, or you could buy Bonanza or Baron for $45 each. I'm telling you right now, just get the bundle. Also, if you have the analog of any of these, you get a discount for the new one. So extremely fair pricing from Blacksquare. Extremely fair. And, I mean, it's just the quality of these airplanes, it's Phoenix level, guys. Like, it is Phoenix. It may even be more than, I mean, I don't know. It is Phoenix level. The Phoenix, as far as tube liners is concerned, is out of this world. And the Blacksquare GA aircraft are out of this world. And you get Boris sounds. I mean, it is the Phoenix of GA. And in some aspects, it may even be better than, like, it's that good. Like, I want to sit here and say it's beyond Phoenix level. I think if I had 10 years experience in a Baron or Bonanza, I think I would confidently say it's beyond Phoenix level. I just don't have the experience on these two airplanes to make that claim. But the little nuances and, like, just every little valve and every little circuit breaker, everything is modeled. So Amir has entered the chat. I mean, look, there's no hey, there's not like they're competing for the same customer either. Well, I guess you are, but people who want to fly Airbus, let me put it this way. Phoenix is not making GA airplanes, right? So there really is no competition between the two. But I'm just saying they're that good. And Bill's Mafia, and this is what I hit on earlier. There's less systems to simulate in GA aircraft. I totally agree. That's a factual statement. However, what Blacksquare does is they simulate everything there is to simulate in the GA airplane, making it just as advanced and just as complex as simulating systems in the Airbus, right? So the Starship, by far, I mean, is absolutely insane, from the CRT screens reacting to the temperature, which you can control with the fans and the vent blowers, and that all depends on your voltage. It's just all of that stuff being simulated is what drives these airplanes to another level. So it's just, yeah, out of this world. So here we go. Let's go over this. Migs, thanks for the 6 Canadian. I got force feedback for free with the Saba landing the Duke. Oh my goodness. Migs, thanks for the $7 super chat. You know what? Maybe we should try to bring the turbine. I wonder how fast you can stop this thing. Might have to try to bring this in. Or we probably could take this out of Saba. That was wild. For the members only, if you're a member of the channel, you saw me try to land the Turbine Duke yesterday. What did we do? 3 attempts? 4 attempts? And I was trying hard, legitimately trying hard. We got it on the 4th attempt. I think it was the 4th one. Basically no fuel left, which is good, because if we had any more fuel, we probably wouldn't have stopped. But it was a terrain glare. We bounced. It wasn't me. It wasn't a skill issue. It was the terrain was slightly off balance, and we skipped it just a hair, allegedly. All right. What's new in the Bonanza? Not the same old analog Bonanza that you remember from back in the day. So, again, completely custom exterior model. 3 aircraft in one again. So with the bundle, you're looking at 6 aircraft for $60. That's $10 an airplane. Think about that. It's $10 an airplane if you buy the bundle package. That's insanity. Bonanza Professional includes accurate 2000s A36, aftermarket turbo normalized A36 turbocharged, right? And an A36 TP turboprop conversion, accurate inside and out. Custom sound package from Boris Audio Works. We saw that. 6 paint schemes and liveries. I can't wait to see. Man, where's Whiskey Throttle at? I cannot wait to see some custom Texas liveries on this. Custom wing flex and ground vibrations from the Piston Duke. Improved interior to show increased wear. The doors finally open. If you remember the analog Bonanza, you couldn't open doors, right? It was kind of I think it used the default model, right? The analog Bonanza. 5 new upholstery packages depict the aircraft through decades of service. Tablet interface, we've gone over that. I kind of want to look at this tablet again here real quick. I want to see kind of just the single, how it's, I want to see some more systems on the single engine turboprop Bonanza. Physics-based engine simulation, fuel-injected engine simulation, we all know that by now. Hot swappable, we know that. Instrument needle friction, simulated environmental control system. And I'll tell you what, one flight in this airplane with manual environmental controls, I miss my Duke. The Duke is so easy. Set it, forget it. You set the temp, you're done. Over here, we're flying this thing. We're pulling the little levers out, pushing them in, pulling them out. Real world, the best of the 3 is the turbo normalized 836. The extra weight of the turbo system up front lets you use the back 2 seats. That's the one we looked. Wingnut, was that the one we looked at with the tip tanks, right? Also, turbo normalizing doesn't add extra wear like turbo charging does. You mean? Wait, so turbo normalizing. Which one is? Isn't turbo normalizing turbo charging? Because this is a turbo prop. What is it called again? Yeah, turbo normalized, TC, and TP, turbo prop. So we're in the turbo prop. Turbo normalizing won't let manifold pressure exceed sea level. Ooh. Yeah, well, it's 2902 in HG, right? Yeah, going up. Yeah, so it keeps everything at sea level. We're going to have to fly that one because that seems new. That seems different. I don't think I'm familiar with that. It only uses the turbocharger to get to 30 inches of manifold pressure at ambient sea level. Turbocharging, you can overboost. Okay, so yeah, I'm used to turbocharging. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. That's interesting. Man, I want to do a second leg in a turbo normalizer. Is there a super short flight we can do from Coeur d'Alene somewhere that's like, 50 miles in the turbo normalized one just to see? I'm curious myself how that works. Several new random scheduled performance triggered failures have been added. Same thing. Exterior elements, propeller hub oil simulations, gyroscope, strobe. I mean, it's just the KNS-81 now supports autopilot while using no GPS. Okay, I actually didn't know this was in there. I missed it on the last one. So remember when we were rocking the KNS-81, but I said you couldn't sync the autopilot to it? Well, now I guess you can. So with no GPS, you can still work the KNS-81 RNAV with autopilot. That's pretty cool. That's the CAS 297B with vertical speed arming. See? That's what I messed up there on takeoff, or after takeoff. We didn't arm the vertical speed. Altitude arming and improved usability. Works great. Most advanced turbocharger simulation of Microsoft is now embedded with improved turbocharger performance curves that affect the aircraft systems. The custom sound package, yes, also greatly improves the sound of turbochargers, making them much more pleasant to hear. I like this all gray interior. I want all gray. I should have picked a all gray livery. Whiskey Throttle, if you're out there, man. I need an all gray panel. That's slick looking. Here we go. The all-new A36 TP turboprop turbine Bonanza with all the systems and advanced turboprop features that we see on the Duke. I mean, shout out to Nick and Blacksquare. It just, incredible. Incredible development, incredible person. I actually got to meet Nick briefly at Expo. I wish I had more time. I was so over my head at Expo, like meeting everybody. It was just a blur. Let me get the window off the screen here. It was just a blur. But I do remember meeting Nick. I talked with him for maybe 5 minutes about the Starship. But, I only met him in person for a handful of minutes. But when we did the Starship flight together, we talked. I think I told you this. We talked for probably 45 minutes after the recording was done. Just, with the mutual love and aviation and just the dedication that he's put into the sim is fantastic. And yes, Bill's Mafia, one-man show, dude. All this is, it's a one-man show. Now, I think Just Flight's the publisher, right? I love the Just Flight guys, Scott Phillips and all the guys over there at Just Flight. They've also been very patient with me because You know, they send me stuff and I don't. You guys know I never respond to DMs. I'm starting to get that way with not responding to emails, which is bad. I'm trying to keep responding to emails, but I just get so many of them. I read them and I try to do them. I don't always respond, but yeah, the whole Just Flight team has been very, very patient with me, and a shout out to them again for sending these over to me and including me in a little pre-release footage. I can't wait to do some group flying. I tell you what, this may make me get back on Iveo Premium to maybe do some group flying in this. V-Pilot, I know. We could have walked into each other and we just didn't even know about it. I know it. Go to Boise, Idaho. 27 nautical miles is DEW. Speaking of Just Flight F-28, when? Well, that's... So I was going to pull another bamboozlery on the pole today. So on the pole, we had 777 and YS-11. I was going to come to the office and do a F-28 stream with the version 2 that's coming out. I have it from Just Flight. They sent it over to me a couple days ago, and I just got it all working. So I was going to do an F-28 flight today. I did the test flight in a DCA, and then I realized that I've got these GA birds, so my heart is with props. On the topic of DMs, I got your request, and we'll... Nabil, my man. I can't wait. It doesn't have to be crazy, man. I know you're busy. Only if you have time, man. I don't want you to think that, like, you know, I have all these expectations. I want you to dedicate time. Just if you have time, if you could, I think it would be epic. We need a Boris 777 stream. I know. I have that ready to go. I have the thumbnail ready. We're going to fly the American Heritage livery, the new one on the 777-300 with the Rolls-Royce engines. We were going to try to take it into Jackson Hole, but there's just so much going on. Mad Dog. I love the Mad Dog. Flight sim guy. No, I'm not going to cough up my ID. I'm going to cough up a VPN. That's how the pros do it, according to Wingnut. The 100, yeah, the 100-year, the Centennial. Yep, Bills Mafia. Yep, that's the one. There's one on Flight Sim TO. Yeah, it's on Flight Sim TO right now, Bills Mafia. I downloaded it the other day, actually. It's been out there for a couple days. It's choppy up here, Wingnut. We might have to go back down. How's our oxygen use? Oh, chat. We're running out of oxygen. Is it really? We're running out of oxygen. We gotta step down. So let's do a nice casual descent, cruise descent to 11.5. So vertical speed down 1,000 feet per minute, engage. It works 310 pounds. That burns a lot of O2. I know it. All right, I'm going to pull just a hair off the airplane here. How we doing on our fuel? Oh, we are getting ready. We're 26 minutes. Now, it says 15 gallons maximum. How do you know how many gallons? So this is 60. That's 30. That's 15. So 0, 15, 30. 15 gallon in balance maximum. So we're at about, if that's a 15 span, yeah, we got to go a little bit more. I'm going to try to go to 30 minutes. Don't let me forget, chat. 30 minutes. 4 more minutes. We got to flip the fuel tanks around. All right, you can see we're getting, I don't trust the air being smooth. We're right at the limit. So even though you get the turboprop, you're still limited for the airframe, right? Never exceed speeds coming up there. Lightheaded, I will be feeling. Yeah. Why are my lips and fingertips blue? Oh my goodness. Yep, there's our chocks. It's a little baggage bar. Now, how tight would this be? I bet this is pretty tight in here. I think the sim makes it feel a lot more luxurious. Getting 6 grown humans in here would be interesting. Oxygen is getting into the red. We're going to need to pick up our rate of descent. What's our time of useful consciousness at 20,000 feet? It's got to be like 20, 30 minutes, right? Should be all right. Bring some torque off as we increase that descent. Never exceed speed goes way down compared to the piston. The turbine red line is where the yellow arc begins on the piston. Right. Okay. So Wingnut, we had this discussion, and this is important to know for folks that want to, like, oh, why isn't my turbine faster? So the V&E speed, like Wingnut said here, it starts in the turbine where the yellow arc would start in the piston. So you actually lose top speed with the turbine conversion. Now, my question is, and I think we talked about this, is why is that? Is that because the excess torque, they're concerned about just the structure of the airframe in general because it wasn't designed for that, so they just they just chopped off your top end? Or is there another reason for that? I mean, because the engine's heavier, right? I get that, but excess wing loading? I don't know. Someone swapped the O2 for nitrous. No, that's only for AJ. We're gonna run the whole frickin' oxygen bottle though. I wonder if we'll. So I can still hear it hissing away. I'll turn the. Oh, sorry. So I can still hear it. I wonder if we're gonna hear that hissing go away when we deplete the bottle. Come back up about 700 torque there. Certification requirements. Turbine airplanes can't have the smooth air requirement pistons can. What? So it's because of red tape from certification. Why can't turbine airplanes have a smooth air requirement? That's my question. Because they don't trust the pilots to stay out of the yellow arc? Because you'll definitely be in the yellow arc with ease with the turbine. I mean, a lot of the pistons I flew, getting into the yellow arc was a challenge just to begin with, unless you're in a descent. That's why I loved, the Chieftain. Man, you nose that thing over, a smooth air, and on just a cool California day, freaking run that thing all the way into the yellow arc easily. But straight and level, depending on what airplane you're in, it'd be kind of a challenge to get into that yellow arc. Yes, Ish did. I wanted to see the Aerostar again post update. Yeah, post the final release. I've been keeping tabs on the pictures and stuff, and I actually updated mine, but I haven't had a chance to fly it. Well, on Vodka, if you remember on the last flight we did in the Baron, we had full manifold. We didn't even get past 170 indicated. So we didn't even get to the yellow arc in straight and level flight with the twin. How we looking? 32 minutes. Nobody reminded me, chat. All right, we're 32 minutes. Pump 2. And we're out of the high flight level, so we'll turn the pumps off. I think it's to give you a margin against TAS. Oh, aerodynamics. Yeah. Because you're going to be going to higher altitudes in the turbine conversion. So you need the margin against TAS. Okay. Wow, Wingnut, you're smarter than you look. You know that? That makes sense. Yeah, because again, yeah, you're not taking a a naturally aspirated bonanza to 25,000 feet. I don't think so. Definitely not at max weight. So think of this. Think of that performance. When we took off from a mountain airstrip at maximum gross weight, climbed out at 3,000 feet per minute pretty steadily, then climbed at almost 2,000 feet a minute, all the way up to 25,000 feet at maximum gross weight. So when you have too much money to spend, you do the turbine conversion. We're hitting the overspeed line. I got to bring it back. All right, we're at a let's see. Actually, we're getting ready to level here. I can't read all these old altimeters, dude. 13,000. All right. Wingnut, does the Boeing doesn't have this altimeter, right? I have a hard time reading those. Now it's getting hot because we're descending. Oh my gosh, we're cooking in here, Chad. We are cooking. We're cooking. See, we're cooking. Yeah, we're out of oxygen. Yeah, I can't hear it either. We are out of oxygen, but we're down low anyway. So oxygen is off. We've depleted our bottle. Open the window. Can we open the window? Why not? That'll cool it down quick. That's loud. All right, 40 miles out, 15 minutes. Let's get the speed back up. I find it cozy. Now we get hypothermia and hypoxia. All right, torque's coming back up, 1050. Coeur d'Alene on the nose. We'll take a look at the weather. We'll start planning our approach here. Weather, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 040 at 4, 10 miles and clear, 299 Runways, we got 6 and 2. Let's take a look at the charts. So we'll land on 2. Park over here. Land on runway 02. There's an RNAV to 2. We don't need to shoot that though. We could for testing purposes. IFR view, let me bind this. Procedure, approach, RNAV 2, and we want to take it from Hipper. We'll load it. Oh, there's Hipper. Let's go flight plan, direct, enter. For science, we are nav. Oh, dear Lord. Sorry. I forget we have the noise canceling on the inside, so I came to outside. Just blew everybody's eardrums out. My ears. My tinnitus. Jeez. My bad, guys. My bad. See how much quieter it is? The sound bar. Hey, I hope I ruined your sound bar, Wingnut, because you ruined mine. See, I gotta. If I take the headphones off, now I have a better idea how loud things are. That's a screenshot, though, right? Look at this. What do you guys think? Winglets or no winglets? I am not a winglet fan on GA birds, but I kind of liked the winglet on the turbine version. I can throw it on in flight, right? I don't think it's going to hurt anything. All right, now it's 61 degrees in here. You see what I mean? See what I mean about systems managing? There's more to do in this airplane than there is in a 320 times 5. Like, just managing the air conditioning consistently. Like, we're down to 60 degrees. I'm trying my best. Let me throw the winglets on for science. I'm going to force override it. All right. Oh, I got the dynamic registration bug going on, I think. That's what that is. But I don't know, man. That's pretty sexy. I love straight wing, but that is pretty sexy looking. I don't know, chat. It looks completely different. It doesn't look like a bonanza. It looks completely different. It's time for a poll. Starship wannabe. They add 50 knots. Yeah, winglets are like stickers on your Honda Civic. If every sticker is like 5 horsepower on a Honda Civic. And if you have a VTEC sticker, you've automatically increased your horsepower about 18%. It does kind of look like a glider. I just like that we're in Cowboys colors. Because of the little flickering there, I'm going to turn that off. I mean, but that does look pretty nice. All right, I'll turn them off. I'll turn them off. All right, 14 miles out, chat. Are we navving anywhere? Yeah, we're in nav mode still. Good. Man, I got the torque locked in. 1050 torque here is perfect. Keeps us right at V&E. Unless our stuff's frozen up. Pitot heat's on. Okay, good. I was going to say, if you don't see the airspeed moving for like 10 minutes, make sure your pitot heat's on. Pro tip. Wow, I'm surprised. There's a lot of no's. Okay, fine. Ending the poll. It looks more Piper-ish, yeah. What about a bonanza pilot with a laptop? Yeah, it makes it look classic. I will say it's not the worst I've seen. My least favorite is any type of winglet on a piston. Because this is a turbine, turboprop, I'd let it slide. But I see a bug here. I'll have to make a note of that. So when you turn the winglets off, your nav lights are outside. You see that? So I found a little bug. Oh, that's a screenshot right there. Goodness. I think Wingnut lives like right over here. Look at that airplane. This is... Chad, I am falling in love with this airplane. The sounds alone. Look at that. This gives me TBM vibes. Anybody remember? Hit the like button if you remember when we flew the TBM at night. We were just cruising over Southern California with Iveo Premium. I think it was like 9 p.m. at night, and I was living in Georgia. This is TBM vibes. That was a great flight. All right, we're approaching Hipper. We're 8 miles from Hipper. What are the altitudes on this? Hipper at or above 5,300 feet. Oh, chat, we're here. Chat, we're here. Descend and maintain 5,300. Arm it. Vertical speed 2,000. Engage. Power's coming back. Nose and over. Sounds are coming up. All right. 6 miles from Hipper. 2 minutes. We got a lot of feet to lose. Down we go. 2,500 feet a minute. Quarter lane, baby. Beautiful up here. The systems make the sim. The fact it's got top-of-the-line visuals make it that much better. And top-of-the-line sounds, Wingnut. The beta transition in this is the best PT6 beta transition I think I've ever heard. It's insanity. All right, getting ready to come through 10,000 feet. We'll light them all up. Is there an ice light? What's the temp? 67. You guys happy with that? Bunch of kids, like my kids complaining. I'm hot. I'm cold. Is it possible Blacksquare to not be the best out of animated? It's amazing. Yeah, it is. I agree, man. Turk's mom wants it 2 degrees warmer. Jesus. He's not even here. You're talking smack. I mean, complaining it was 100 degrees. I know, it did get hot. Did get hot. Are we sure this is at 5,300 feet? Let me do a Magic Barrel ref update, because these mountains are looking a little bit bigger. They're starting to look bigger, chat. What's flashing at me over here? Waypoint alert. Let's arm the approach. For science. How do you arm the approach? Do you arm the approach in this thing? Approach mode armed. Hipper 5,300. We maintain 5,300 until Ginap, and then we can proceed down. I hope she arms. Yeah, we're looking good. So we got till Ginap. We don't have to be bombing down here. Bomb tech speeds here. 1,800 feet a minute. Let's go ahead and level it off, Tad. 1,500 feet a minute. Power it up. Oh, you're here now? I got you, Turk. Yeah. All right. We're leveling now. 5,300 feet till Ginap. After Ginap, let's see. 341 is the course line. Let's do this as a practice approach. So let's start slowing down. Let's see if we can maintain about 150 knots. Practice approach. Ginap inbound. We're cleared to 4,700 feet at Zaxik. So I'm going to set 4,700 feet at Zaxik. We need to reduce speed. That's going to do that beeping at me because we're right at the altitude. Coming down to 150 knots. All right, that's close enough. Vertical speed, 1,200, engage. Down we go. All right, let's go ahead and look at our checklist. All right, ignition, auto, we're going to get that now. Power, ice protection, 15 gal mins. We're going to go to the Fuller tank at the final approach fix. Approach, seatbelt secure, oxygen, fuel, landing light, pitot, heat, on, ignition, auto. Okay, cool. Ignition's coming to auto now. Ignition auto. Pumps are off. Zaxik, 4,700. Check. Speed, 150. That looks good. Let me get flight recorder up for this. All right. 4,700 feet after Zaxik. 43 to Cange. We can go 3,600. No, 4,300 is the final approach fix altitude, so we'll set that right now. For 6 seconds. Vertical speed, let's do it a little bit easier. Try to be inside of 1,000 feet per minute. Engage vertical speed down. Coming down to platform altitude 4,300, speed 140. We're going to go to the heavier tank. So pump 1. We're going to go back to this tank. Pumps off. Ignition is auto. Lights are set. 140 on the speed. We're looking good. We can hit change and with 3-degree path down to the minimums. LNAV MDA 2700 for Cat A. There's 4,300. All right, we're final approach fix inbound. What did I say? 2,700 feet. Vertical speed engage, 3-degree path-ish. Down we go. What's the flap speed on this? White arc? Or something else? I think we're fine right now. All right, I'm going to run the prop up. 2100. So for us, yeah, we'll just run at 2100. We're looking good. Zukov, at or above 3,600 feet. We're right on the money, chat. We're right on the money. There's the altitude alert. Airport's in sight. Let me start the recording. Recording is on. Yeah, I see that, but I'm just trying to mentally do it old school. I could do I think we do have LNAV plus vertical deviation on this, but I see it. It's all in sight. All right, I'm gonna science experiment is off. I want to hand fly the approach. Recording is on. Look at that. All right, let's get the gear down. Start slowing up. All right, gear. That's closed. Flaps approach. Props coming forward. Runway's in sight. Flight director off, please. Gosh, that is juice, huh? Runway is 020-esque. Throw you into OBS mode. Center line. Full flap, sim. Alright, this is my first ever landing in this, so bear with me here. Exceedance again. Oh my gosh, I freaking rammed the... Oh my goodness. Well, we are... Okay, we're up to 500K. Don't tell Nick. 500K on our first flight. Just the price of the airplane, times 2. I guess I shouldn't have rammed that prop forward, huh? Something about being gentle with the airplane. Oh. Reverse. Didn't even touch the brakes. Just leave it in beta now. Greased it, chat. Absolute grease. Absolute grease. Those look like UFOs over there. Look at that, UFO sighting. We're gonna taxi over here just so I can get some more of these beta transitions. Watch this. Man, that was a beautiful flight. Shout out to my wife for picking this one. All right, let's do after lands. Ignition's coming off. Vent blowers coming off. Door seals deflate. P3 heats off. We'll turn those off. Avionics master. Standby alternator can come off. Take out a couple taxi lights while we're at it. All right, one more. Ready? It sounds best from like right abeam the prop. Right here. Look at the suspension. This was amazing. All right, park brake is set. I think you need like a 60-second cooldown on the ITT, something like that. Oxygen is off. Fuel tanks are burned evenly. Look at these exceedances, chat. Another NP 2231. Log of totals. Pitot heat's coming off. Landing taxi, panel lights, floodlights, strobe lights. That's close to a minute. Let's open the door. Sounds all the way up for shutdown. Hold on, one more. From right here. All right, I'm done. Oh, we just increased the temp. We'd have to wait another minute. That's fine. Shut it down. Let that torque come down a little bit. Cut off. Feather. This is it. Chat, it's my favorite airplane in the sim. That's it. I'm done. I'm done. I don't know. Is it just me? You 2020 users, is that prop animation that smooth in 2020? Or was I just not used to it being smooth in 2024 and now Blacksquare has nailed it? That animation is legit smooth. Way better than like the what's the A400? It just kind of like pops in, but like the way it starts rotating too is insane. All right, master battery switch is coming off. Park brake is set. These are all closed. We did a good job. Did we do any damage? I don't think we actually damaged it, but we would have to do an exceedance. Yeah, we're still at 100%, so we're good. But those things will add up for sure. I mean, we had a brand new engine, an exceedance of a few little things here and there. We'll just clear the database and won't tell anybody about it, all right? We got 1.5 hours on our airplane. Let's go walk around and tie it down and shut it down for the night. Throw the chocks on. Close that door. Oh, hold on. Let me back in real quick. We got to put the we got to put this in here. Where's the there we go. Put the flight control covers in. All right, cool. Now we can shut her down. Shut her down for the night. Chocks on. Do a little post-flight inspection. Day one buy for... Yeah, it's day one buy, man. If you have any interest at all... Oh, we left the window open. That's all right. If you have any interest at all in prop flying, 1,000 out of 1,000 recommend. Look at our prop blade. Was that dirty like that when we started? Look at our leading edge. Look at our prop blade. Did we have that many bugs when we started? No, we didn't have that many bugs. We have the accumulated dirt and wear now on this. Oh my gosh. Is it as good as the SWS PC-12? Oh my, get out of here, Wingnut. The prop this right here is better than the SWS PC-12 ever will be as an entire module. Just the fact that I can spin this freely on the ground here. What if I spin it up? Hold on. I want to spin it and then throw the pitot cover on. I wonder if it'll stop it. Spin, stop. That's cool. You probably wouldn't, these will get hot. If you put this on right here, right after that, it get a little bit hot. Put you back on, lock it in. I can't get underneath. I need to be able to lay prone. I'm hitting Z for prone, but it's not happening. Speaking of, what time is it? 7 o'clock? Damn, it's 7 o'clock already? Yeah, we don't have time for a third leg. I kind of wanted to do one in the other airplane, though. Chat, I think we're cooked. Oh, I've been recording this whole time. It's 7 o'clock. I should go home, right? I mean, how long have we been live? Like 5 hours? Spokane is 15. Okay. All right. It's 15 nautical miles to Spokane. Should we just repo? Should we just repo the other, the turbo normalized thing? First bonanza landing. That's what I'm going to save this as. Go home. Just key 6. Maybe we'll do turbo normalized tomorrow. Let's do turbo normalized tomorrow. Let's watch the replay. Let's take these off. Let's do that. Uh-oh, what did I hit? What happens if I throw it into replay mode with everything off? Let's test this for science. All right, wingnuts out of here. Let's go. Let's do this. I just want to see. Oh, it turned back on. All right, replay. Replay. Then we're out of here. I'm going home. Take it easy, wingnut. All right, I'll leave you guys have this one. Let's go forward. Yeah, flaps are coming down on replay. Look, I'm not touching anything. That's amazing. Oh, I forgot to check my landing rate. On my last flight, 75 feet per minute on that landing, chat. 75 feet per minute. Oh, I kind of want to see the avionics now. Panel lighting. Gotta have that on. Yeah, I put the fuel on. That's all I did. I put the fuel on. Put the prop full forward. Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's the butter of all butters, chat. Little off center line like wingnut. That's okay, though. Little off center line. I want to do the, hold on, watch this, hold on. Mute the sound. I got to do a reset. I want to do a flyby with these sounds from here with the sunset in the background, chat. We gotta do this. All right, we're set. Let me recenter you, actually go up a little bit. Perfect. Sim sounds. Let's watch this. Oh my goodness. Yep. Favorite airplane in the sim. Favorite airplane in the sim. All right, sales coming up. I'm getting out of here. It's time to go home. 75 feet per minute, 4 hour stream. F the Dukes. These are my favorite. I can already tell. I love the Dukes to death. It's just something new, right? Shiny new toy. Having something as good as the Dukes and a little more popular, right? Maybe not the Turbine Bonanza, but the Bonanza and the Baron, definitely probably more popular aircraft than the Dukes in terms of real world. So I'm ecstatic. We're going to fly more of these maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably do the turbo normalized one. This was awesome. I'm glad we did this stream. Thank you all for hanging out. I know it's been a long one. I didn't get to read too many comments today just because I've been so, new airplane, man. I'm just I'm all over it. I can't focus. I just want to see new things. So tomorrow, maybe 2 streams, maybe 2 bliner to satisfy the magenta liners, and then turbo normalized in the evening. Thank you all for the support. Hit the like button for me on the way out. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe. Stay healthy on V1. See you.